Okay. Okay, stream itself is live right now, but we won't be live. I'll obviously announce when we're actually going live. Because it's just the stream will start soon screen. Wait, that's coming up on Twitch? It just shouldn't be. So it seems to always Hello and welcome everyone at last. We're back with the first edition of the London University Esports Tournament, of course, made possible by the brilliant folks at New Meta and the Federation. Federation being the home of competitive esports with over 25 different games available to create and play your own. Of course, you can join today for free and take advantage for a 3-for-1 offer of in-game tokens that they have available. Of course, I'm Takua and I'm joined by Unknown. How are you doing today?
Yeah, wonderful. Weather's been a little bit rubbish down here, but sure that the games will make up for it. Be exciting to get into today's game, see a new set of teams
Yeah,
compared to last time.
absolutely. I mean, today is of course Group 2, so there are a few different teams than we have seen last time. Of course, most notably, the first game we have later on will be UCL versus Goldsmiths, and then the other two teams we have playing, if I'm not mistaken, are the City University and Roehampton.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see these two new teams, see some of the talent that we have compared to the last games. Obviously, playing in two separate brackets for the moment until we get into the later stages of the tournament where they will meet. Will be very interesting to watch these teams for the first time on the live stage.
Absolutely, and for a little bit of a rundown just before we get into game one, we can go through both the teams playing, and as I did mention, it is UCL versus Goldsmiths will be game one, and here is the UCL roster for all of you there to see. Lecharok, Smug Muncher, Tiago Bingbing, Keira, and Gorilla.
Yes, some very interesting names coming up. We see some new faces, as we've already said. Great to see some new champions being picked, hopefully. Obviously, going into some of the games today in the preseason patch that we will be playing on,
Absolutely.
lots of things have changed, especially in the jungle meta. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly these players have adapted and what sort of things they're going to be putting priorities on.
Yeah, that is definitely the big thing in question. Of course, Group 1, half the games that were played last time were not played on this preseason patch, so definitely a lot of chaos, and I would expect with the jungle changes that you can pretty much play everything that you'd like in there. I've even heard that Kale can get like a 315 clear nowadays because of the changes, but overall the UCL team, I would say, has a fairly storied reputation.
Yeah, we see some very strong ranks coming out. We obviously have seen from last time that rank is not necessarily everything, but see these guys playing a wide range of different things. See some interesting picks in certain roles, like Shen may potentially in the mid lane, and a couple of other interesting things. But for the most part, be interesting to see if things like the Cassante are going to be picked up. The Elichard has been playing that one semi-recently.
Absolutely, and of course for the red team of Goldsmiths we have Andy Styles, Sensual Nej, Regina, Master Mini, and Ilria.
Yeah, again, obviously this team looking slightly lower ranked, but on paper, is everything. It'll be good, interesting to see how the team meshes together. Again, like we said, see how they adapt on these new patches. It'll be very good to see how they can use some of these new strong items that have been brought into the game to take down some of these laners who may be slightly more mechanically advanced, potentially using some of the new jungle items to bring some things in jungle that we haven't seen before.
And it does look like that our teams have decided to get us into pick ban already, and the first ban will be that Aatrox.
Yeah, obviously Aatrox, very strong champion, really strong when isolated in the top side, can end up taking over the game once it gets ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw our Worlds, the amount of presence this champion had, and for good reason. In preseason, pretty much still does exactly the same thing, and in some circumstances, albeit rare, you can actually build the new Spear of Shojin on the Aatrox. When you get that AD, you get a bit more CDR for your abilities. Very, very powerful blind pick, and of course, does need to be respected. Azir and LeBlanc likewise in the mid lane, and of course, Draven being particularly strong in the bot side to give you that priority. Want to deny that too.
Yeah, getting into picks here, I wonder what first pick we'll be looking for here. Obviously Goldsman's on the red side, and it will be the Twitch. Very strong champion in those later team fights.
Yeah, precisely. Being able to scale up, most ADCs in preseason haven't necessarily been able to get a huge buff, besides some like Ezreal or Kog'Maw that might be able to build some of the new tank items. But for the most part, the build remains relatively unchanged and equally powerful, as the response is to pick a Mordekaiser in the top side.
Yeah, Mordekaiser, obviously, with that ultimate, can be very annoying for things like the Twitch, making them forced to buy QSS, taking them out of the fight as soon as they open up. Yasuo, follow up, very interesting, putting some priority in the mid lane, and we see the Sylas taken away. Obviously, quite early Sylas has been known to be more popular these days, less reliant on those ultimates.
Of course, Kayle response will be a particularly weak lane phase, expected to go to the top sides with that Sylas locked in now. Weighing on the ban side for the other team, of course. And the Fiora will be the first thing. Of course, another great blind top laner at the moment.
Yeah, and Fiora does do quite well into things like the Mordekaiser, the parry, very helpful at avoiding things like the ECC.
Think what I could offer.
Nice banning out some partners of the Nami in the bot side. Surprised the Lucian hasn't gone just yet. Of course, being that signature pick with Nami, and will not be banned at all, as the Syndra will be locked in as the last pick. A lot of mid priority this game.
Yeah, mid priority looking very strong. Obviously mid lane with some of the new items like Rod of Ages, very strong lane to play through. Lots of carry potential.
And with that Ornn lock-in, it does suggest that Mordekaiser will not be in the top side, but instead will be going into the jungle. Of course, as you mentioned beforehand in this game, Mordekaiser jungle did exist beforehand, but of course with the jungle changes, his clear is pretty much just as fast as everybody else's, and will pull off fairly okay ganks as long as you can land that Death's Grasp. And the Nami will be paired with Lucian as well.
Yeah, so Lucian Omni, obviously really strong bot combination. It'll be interesting to see how the new jungle item has affected Mordekaiser's clear, as previously he did have a very strong clear. Obviously the passive stacking up on the jungle camps did mean he could clear things like the Raptors very fast.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see now if he can keep up with something like the Hecarim, well known for his relatively fast clear once he's got a couple items. Obviously Hecarim really strong ganks, really strong in the meta at the moment. So I imagine jungle will be quite highly contested as we look for the mid matchup. Obviously Yasuo into the Sylas.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I do really like here is the fact that you have the Hecarim on the side, being able to provide a bit more gank utility towards lanes that on paper are fairly weak. Obviously, Kayle into Ornn, you probably farm out that matchup just fine, but, you know, if you don't position your lane correctly, you can be prone to getting ganked or falling behind as a regard of that, and the ability of the Hecarim to be around and support those laners that want to have a little bit more time to pick up items, I think is a great element to have to that composition.
Yeah, and I think Goldsmith's draft lends really well to that. Obviously, they have a lot of flexibility with things like the Yuumi can decide in the late game whether to stay on the Twitch or to jump onto the Hecarim. Hecarim very, very strong with this Yuumi on board. Obviously, also the Kayle once we hit 16. But the draft from UCL also very interesting. Obviously, the Mordekaiser here going to be a good pick later on into the team fights at being able to you know, stop that Hecarim from engaging. And if this Lucian Nami can play back, we've seen how much devastating damage, that they can cause in these team fights and in the side lanes.
One thing I will say that even though obviously it was a slight error with the lobby setup, but it will just end up running with it. But UCL have instead decided to be on. Wait, hold on. No, it's the overlay itself that's being silly, because UCL did first pick that Twitch. It's the UCL actually on blue and Goldsmiths on red, even though the overlay does say otherwise. Apologies on that. But do you have any opinions unknown on exactly how you expect this early game to go down?
Yeah, well, I'd be interesting to see if we get maybe potentially an invade in here from the Goldsmiths. Obviously, they can sneak in, they can use the Mordekaiser E, pull back. Yasuo potentially going to leave for tempo, very strong, flying early with that Q, just Lethal Tempo, a really strong rune in those early team fights, getting the extra attack speed. And we've already pointed out that the lanes such as the Kale and the Twitch are particularly weak earlier on in the game, and could really do is scaling out, getting to those 3 items and that level 16 to start dishing out a lot of
Yeah, as long
damage.
as you can keep hitting.
Yeah, I definitely think that it will be on Goldsmiths to make the first move and see if they can push forward, get ready for some early leads going into the late stages of this game.
Yeah, that's definitely the plan. I mean, both teams have fairly even elements of scaling, or at least they do both contain elements that would allow them to be able to play out the late game a little bit earlier. There isn't necessarily a particular identity on either side that just means, well, you just lose if you let them get to the late game. Of course, Kale, very good at scaling. Twitch can also do the same thing, but that is offset by the Ornn on the other side. So I think the key is going to be how team fights are set up, and if you do manage to get an early lead or a lead in whatever way, is how to pressure that, of course. One other expectation is the bot side will be quite chaotic, I imagine. Nami Lucian is known for being able to dominate the lane phase. However, the presence of Yumi alone kind of makes that a little bit problematic sometimes, with the fact that you can kind of stall out lane phase pretty well with the healing that champion gives you, but we'll see if Mordekaiser decides to take advantage of that by trying to dive them at all. We'll wait and see what happens. Won't be an easy dive to make if so.
I think going into this game, it will be good to see, like we said, the new patch is going to be very interesting to see how everything pans out in the early game and also in the late game with some of these items. It'll be interesting to see what some of these champions choose to build into. Obviously, Silas very used to building into that Everfrost, potentially maybe starting to look into some new items such as the Rod of Ages, and will also be interesting to see things like the Hecarim. Hecarim maybe potentially looking into items such as the Spirit Sojourn, really good at dishing out a lot of damage. Obviously, that ability haste really beneficial to Hecarim, with his cubing a lot of his damage in his kit.
Yeah, precisely that. And of course, once you start hitting a target with the Q, you get those 2 stacks up, dealing more and more damage with that. And the Conqueror providing the AD and extra healing once you have that stacked up as well. Excellent. There was a slight pause, of course. Some players had issues with the headphones, but as that is now resolved, we are finally loading onto the Rift for our first game today. Any opinions on the skins here? I mean, I'm a big fan of the Rainbow Pony, as they call it, with Arcade Hecarim.
Yeah, Arcade Hecarim definitely one of his best skins. Some good sound effects on that skin. However, I like to often run some of the chromas on the headless Hecarim. That skin.
Yeah, not a bad one either. But here we are. Oh, I just realised that this is also not the right way around.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Just checking out the topside bush, seeing if there's any shenanigans at all. Pings going across the map, but nothing too special just as of yet. I think Hecarim will be spotted by the Ornn here. And we'll place that ward down.
Yeah, that ward going to be useful for providing some early vision. Helpful to see where the junglers will be pathing, which can help to keep the laners safe, know whether they have the ability to push forward or not, whether they need to be a little bit cautious.
Precisely that. Mordekaiser seeming to just do... I mean, right now, starting from bot side, the expectation for me would just be a simple full clear. Kale shouldn't really ever be in position, if they play the lane correctly, to be in position to getting ganked. So we'll have a look and see what happens with that.
So no action as of the early game so far. Both junglers just deciding to starve as normal. And see some small trades going along, but I doubt anything will happen too early on until the junglers have finished their clears.
Apologies there for a few technical things. Should all be resolved now. Fairly standard lane phases for everyone. Of course, the full clear as expected going to the top side by Mordekaiser. Interesting to see that Twitch Yumi decided to get Prio here. Of course, Lucian does have a little bit less range on the early level, so still getting level 2, staying back, but playing the lane out just fine.
Yeah, and a couple interesting things to note. Both junglers opting in for the green jungle pet. That can be giving them the shield later on, as we see the Yasuo trading in here. Flashes forward with the Ignite and will secure the kill in the mid lane. First blood over to the Yasuo. Solo kill there. Silas just overstepping. Obviously, both these melee mid laners just farming up CS. However, the Yasuo does land the Q3. The knockups helping to secure the kill. That is going to be very disastrous, as we see the Lucian
hold on.
Exhaust will be popped. However, Hecarim is down on the bot side. Does come in behind, will pull back the Lucian there, as the Yuumi does jump on. Lucian will almost fall, does pop the barrier. Sorry, the Twitch will almost fall, pops the barrier, but does secure the kill in the end. That is all summoners committed from this Lucian army in the bot lane. However, the Twitch will hold on to the flash.
Yeah, amazing punish from the Yasuo there in the mid lane initially, just to capitalize on the fact that Silas has such a weak laning phase, especially having taken that Conqueror as well. But recognizing that in the bot side there was an angle, whilst Lucian Army were pushing out to try and get a gank in with the Hecarim. And there you go, Twitch gets 2 kills. Of course, it was traded on the map, but both teams looking really strong in this early moment, in the early moments of the game.
Yeah, and obviously this is disastrous for the bot lane of Goldsmiths.
Yeah.
We had expected them to, you know, look to punish these early lanes. Obviously, the Lucian army can be really deadly when you land those bubbles. However, key thing to note: Lucian not taking the first strike here, so gonna lack a little bit of that burst damage, that immediate burst damage that we would normally see. And the clever path thing, like you said, comes down, gets in there early, and can secure and punish that overstay from Gold.
Of course, the problem with running press the attack in this situation where you aren't necessarily winning the lane is that you want press the attack to be able to do more immediate damage on an all-in. First strike might give you a little bit less of that, but what first strike does is gives you the income when you're winning the lane. And that income means that, okay, maybe I don't necessarily get a kill, but I'm still able to push a lead or at least get something out of my lane state. But now, this is the problem, as you mentioned, of having this PTA, is you don't get that opportunity, as there's a little bit of a skirmish there on the top side. Kale gonna have to back out that one.
Yeah, we see Kel knows she's safe. Mordekaiser will be spotted down here by this bot side. Placing the control ward into the bush will mean that she knows she can push forward, and even though she falls quite low, she is relatively safe. Mordekaiser will show in this mid lane here, just giving UCL a little bit more.
Both junglers are around.
Trade going back and forth. He does land, as the Hecarim is here, will collapse onto the Yasuo. And it's another kill secured, and 2 kills will be secured for this Hecarim. This Hecarim really strong early. We've seen pick up the tier and already sat on 2 kills and 2 assists. This Hecarim in the late game is going to be an absolute monster. Obviously, new items making people very tanky, but with things like this tier presumably being built into the Mirror Manor, going to be doing a lot of damage as well.
Great recognition from both junglers looking for lane state. It is traded back, of course, on both sides, but at the end of the day, UCL does win out massively on that mid play, and Kale now hitting level 6, able to have those ranged auto attacks, can now actually bully the Ornn in some circumstances, especially if you can get that lethal tempo stacked up. Early Berserker's Greaves allowing you to do that a little bit more. Kale very much being allowed to scale up freely into the late game.
UCL has stabilized this game out. Obviously, the Yasuo getting the first blood in the mid lane, it looked like he could start to run away with this matchup, but like you say, good recognition from both junglers do come in. However, the Hecarim secures the pick. Hecarim, I would say a little bit stronger than the Mordekaiser in these early skirmishes. Obviously, Mordekaiser relying on that ultimate to steal away some of the stats. Be interesting to see how much that benefits in the late game.
Could be a pick onto Yuumi.
Onto the Yuumi, and despite the Hecarim being here, a pick secured by the Goldsmith. Ultimate will come through from the Hecarim, and kill secured onto the Lucian. That is a good follow-up play from what looked like a very bad play. As we see the Yasuo going in here on the mid lane. Silas, a level up, lands the E-chains with the stolen ultimate. and will secure the kill with the Ignite. W to finish off the kill. And that was a play initiated by the Yasuo. However, very well punished by the Silas. Has to land those E-chains with that stolen Yasuo ultimate. The only way of securing the knockup without outside assistance.
I mean, it looked really good from Crollo Lucifer initially. You got the ult down, you got the Ignite, you have the Executioners. You're not going to be seeing much healing from the Silas, but the problem is you have the Executioners, so you're not dealing any damage in the first place. That's the issue of going Messiah really early on into Silas. Especially A, because you're not actually reducing that much healing, and you just deal so much less damage and scale into your Mythic much slower. So you think, oh, I get the engage off, I'm ahead in this position. You're just not. So, not exactly what you wanted to see there. So, a bit of a misread on your damage numbers, and in the end you get punished by the Silas. In the end, if we look at the overall map state, that is 3,000 gold roughly in the lead for UCL.
Like you say, even though it does reduce some healing, it cannot reduce the damage from that Kingslayer, and kill will be secured. Bot lane here, we see the Twitch almost deciding the play state. We will see him building into that recurve bow, going into Blade of the Rune King, we can presume. Not opting for something like the early Gale Force or early Kraken Slayer. Obviously, Blade of the Rune King really helpful at putting out a lot of damage and also dealing damage to some of these more tanky members such as the Mordekaiser and the Ornn. We will see the Mordekaiser opt for that Blasting Rod early on. Building into some of that magic damage, you might have seen him building into more tanky items like the Frostfire Gauntlet, or maybe some of the new items like Heartsteel helping him survive, as we will see the Ornn land the knock-up here.
So the Riftmaker Silas the target.
In the mid lane, we do see the Silas taking away that Mordekaiser. Will be able to steal back the stats of his own. However, the Kingslayer healing does come through just in time. That ability coming off of cooldown. It looked like that Mordekaiser Q would have finished the fight. However, Hecarim here will land the ultimate. Flash forward, chains do miss. Kingslayer will secure the kill. Silas may just fall hit to health, however, survives with a very, very slim amount of health.
Oh, UCL just too far ahead of that situation. A little bit of a gold diff from the Hecarim and the Silas, just giving you too much. But I think Gorilla's going to go down here, and the bot side might actually be a double kill.
And it's a good flash away by the Lucian to get out of the way of this Twitch. However, kill is still picked up by the Yuumi, as we just see the top laner trading away here. This Hecarim here running around all over the map, always at these plays when they happen, really, really helping the mid laners of the laners of UCL to get ahead and win these fights that they probably shouldn't be winning early on.
I mean, I almost wrote that Twitch a death warrant, but in the end, apparently it was the rat that got out with the help of a little horsey running down the river. Really nice turnaround recognition of just how powerful this Yuumi is and being able to enhance the damage of the Twitch, giving them that AP and AD once they're sat on them, and of course Twitch being able to pop the ultimate as well and get away just fine in that one, despite being engaged on now 10-2. UCL very much in the driver's seat, and Goldsmiths are going to need to find some kind of comeback, whether it be for a Baron flip or a potential objective. With the fact that Drake stacking is incredibly slow this game, I don't expect the Elders to be on the table at all.
Yeah, this game would have to be scaled up massively if we want to see any Elders being picked up. However, obviously very strong buff can really help to change the tides of the game. If Goldsmiths can just sort of bunker up and stall out till the late stages of the game, you might be able to see have a really good kill picked up here by the Silas, almost under the tower of this Yasuo. However, the Everfrost and the chains landing will secure enough CC for him to be able to pick up that kill.
Precisely that gold lead. Mounting and mounting as Tiago Bing decides to steal away the enemy Krogs. A little bit more money, why not? Significantly ahead, of course, of Central Nedge there in the jungle right now. I think what Goldsmiths are going to need to do is try and group and find some kills, but they're just going to get killed themselves right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, and obviously that Twitch opening up from the Invis, the Yuumi sat on him ready, as we will see Mordekaiser potentially picked out here. Does pop the ultimate, however, Silas will get rid of that that blast cone set. He has absolutely no way out, comes out of the ultimate, and kill will be picked up by the Hecarim. Very happy to see, very happy as a UCL fan currently. 4 kills on the Hecarim, the Yasuo, and the Twitch. All of these laners really strong at the moment. We see CS leads in every single lane for UCL.
There's not really much that can be done. I think the Ornn's actually going to go down the first time as well. I don't think there's much resist in this tower dive. Just leave the aggro once this is done, and then re-dive once you push in the wave. If I was Master Mini right now, I think you should just back out there, let the tower go down. There's not worth saving it because you will just die and the tower will go down anyway, even with the Hecarim there. Best game star is just to farm up and hope for a group up at some point. Don't think this is a fight you want to take.
Do see the Mordekaiser here. Kale still has that ultimate ability. Mordekaiser does not have his, cannot push them away. Kale forced to pull that ultimate early, and it does in fact look like Goldsmith's going to win it. However, UCL come out, Yasuo will arrive, flashes in to secure the kill. Straight up into the 1v1 with this Hecarim. Yasuo should secure the kill. Ultimate will go down, and last breath to secure the kill.
Precisely what you needed.
Disastrous play for Goldsmith, turned around by this roam from the Yasuo. As we see the Twitch open again, back into this bot lane. Namiwi does come out, however, is too late, and this Lucian will just fall double kill onto the Twitch.
Yeah, I mean,
This
it was
Twitch Yumi combo just too strong in this isolated 2v2.
an amazing play in the top side. Despite losing 2, you still get more kills. So, and given the fact that you still were ahead, you got those shutdowns from that top side play. However, losing 2 again in the bot side, allowing Twitch to cash in on yet more gold from that final tower plating, as tower plating hasn't gone down yet. Still another 5 seconds before that happens. Really, really unfortunate, and this Twitch is going to be a massive threat to watch out for. Just look at how much damage that those Blade of the Ruin King's autos are just doing to that Mordekaiser there in that instance.
Yeah, so much damage coming down. It's interesting to see the Hecarim picking up that early sort of armor pen with the black cleaver. Going to really help to melt down at this Ornn, and also this Mordekaiser once he picks up some more of those tanky items. We see the Hecarim 4 stacks left on this Moss Stomper, and this Mordekaiser still online. So this 1,200 damage smite will be picked up first from the side of UCL.
Getting that completed soon, and now there's Kel with Kraken Slayer doing immense damage to the Ornn. Not much you can do. Heart Steel acquired, although I'm not sure how often you're going to be able to stack that. As you can see, only 28 health gained off of that mythic item so far, and I don't expect that number to increase massively with the way this game is currently looking. But if you're Goldsmiths right now, you really do need to look around this Yasuo. You want to try and make plays around him, as he is currently your strongest member of the team. Try and overload lanes, try and get one pick as they are in the mid lane currently, but I think Silas should just be able to get away. Bot side are dying.
So we see the Twitch Yumi just open up again. Goldsmiths are falling into this trap every single time. That's 3 times we've now seen this Twitch just pop out of Invis. Yumi are and the Twitch are layered on top of each other. Those autos just railing through both members in this bot lane. And the kill will be secured as we see the Mordekaiser coming up here into the top lane. Will pull into the Death Realm. So will not pull into the Death Realm and will just opt for the kill there. Kel will use the ultimate ability, however, will not pull. As we see a stolen Death Realm here onto the Yasuo in the mid lane. Q3 will land, however, the Yasuo will still fall under tower. This side is unbelievably strong at the moment.
Yeah, again, you get pick up on the Kel on top side, which is exactly what you want. But Yasuo getting punished a little bit for stepping up when the Rift Herald goes down in the mid. And of course, you'll end up losing 2 turrets there and the other Rift Herald charge onto your inhib turret as a result, which is not ideal. That mid turret is now severely weakened. If UCL ever manage to win a team fight, it's highly likely they'll be able to push that inhibitor, of course. It is only 16 minutes of the game, so depending on when that is, it might be a little bit too early to push that in. But with the way things are currently going, I think taking the risk on an inhibitor in that situation wouldn't be too bad, as that Cloud Drake should be picked up by the Hecarim. Oh, sorry, Chemtech even.
We see all the lanes here being pushed in for UCL. They can have everything they want in Goldsmith's jungle. It is no longer theirs. Like you said, if Goldsmiths have any hope of getting back into this game, they're going to have to start playing around this Yasuo. However, he might be caught out in the mid lane here by this Hecarim. Pulled back, doesn't have anything to dash to. However, Mordekaiser will be here shortly. Ultimate will land onto 2 for the Hecarim. Mordekaiser will flash away as we see the Hecarim diving in the tower here, potentially a little bit too deep, and the Yasuo will secure the shutdown. This is brilliant for Goldsmiths. Just when we said they would need to look for some of these shutdowns onto this Yasuo, the Hecarim going way too deep without a wave here in this mid tower, and he will fall to the ignite of the Yasuo.
Alright, tower now exposed. Very, very nice. Of course, Hecarim did go down there, so a little bit of recompense for Goldsmiths, but the base is in a prime position for UCL to capitalize on in the future as they try to look for a pick onto Ornn right here.
4 members strong on the top side. CC layered, and that Ornn is not going anywhere. Kills a kid onto the Yuumi, and like we said, UCL just running away with this game. Interesting decision not to pick up the mid lane inhibitor yet. I wonder if they will pick it up. Obviously, taking that inhibitor early on can be quite dangerous if you do not end the game. Can help the enemy team scale up, take those super minions, and just take more and more gold, helping get back into this game. As we see stolen Ornn
Here we go.
here, lands onto 2, as Mordekaiser will pull the sides into the death realm. I'm not sure if that's a fight he does want to take, however. Kel just soloing the Yasuo, flashes forward, and the fight on 2 fronts will be ended as UCL win the 2v2, just too strong. Kel not even forced to blow the ultimate, will invest the flash to follow up on that kill. Slow lands onto both the bot lane hits. So much damage coming out from this Kel with the Kraken Slayer.
For the Forge God.
Knockup lands onto 3. Very good ultimate here from the Ornn. However, will be forced to dash away. Hecarim are coming back in, and the Lucian will just be blown up. This damage from UCL with the Kraken Slayer on this Kayle, and the Muramana picked up for the Hecarim, just too much damage, as they will hammer away at this Nexus tower.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance that you could get it though, and if you overextend here...
The Yasuo will be caught out in that last breath, obviously CC'd himself, as we see the Kayle ultimate onto the Hecarim to help him live. Stopwatches will be blown, and UCL just took away this game. The Silas will fall, however, that shut down onto the Nami, not very useful.
Speaking of overextending, I thought it was going to be UCL potentially overextending into the base there, but I guess I was wrong, as UCL just really wanted to end the game, and I suppose with that massive treasury diff that they have, and the ace to finish it off, UCL will be to close out game 1 in an absolutely dominating fashion.
UCL just walk into the base of Goldsmiths, smack their wallets in their faces, and just leave the game. Too much damage coming out, they can just dive them under the towers, and no threat whatsoever from the Goldsmiths. Very quick and concise in game 1, and they will take the game swiftly.
Yeah, absolutely that. Nothing that you really could have done in that situation. Just a little bit too much coming from everyone, of course, there. Huge win by UCL will be the first, and of course it's going to set up for the rest of the tournament to come. Getting that first win does help you qualify for the next side of the tournament, so congratulations to UCL, and of course commiserations to Goldsmiths. But remember, Goldsmiths didn't necessarily have a completely disastrous early game. They did get the first blood, and at least some of the early objectives were at least somewhat traded for.
Yeah, and we saw that solo kill come through onto the Yasuo. Looked very strong in that mid lane despite such a vast wallet difference. But despite losing the game, we'll still be taking home 1 point. 3 points going to UCL. Really going to help them in the standings, like we've said. Just such a quick game. Obviously, I think that will be our quickest game so far. It'll be interesting to see if anyone can beat that. Such a quick game. When you said that Elder Drake would be off the cards, Soul wasn't even needed.
No.
UCL just walk into the base, take that mid lane inhibitor, and at the same time decide they'll take the Nexus.
And I think the amazing part about that in this particular situation is that you had a Sylas mid, you had a Kayle top, and whilst Twitch Yuumi is not bad in some situations, it was still a Sylas mid and a Kayle top. These aren't necessarily strong laners in the first place, so being able to capitalize on that and be able to win in virtually sub 20 minutes was very impressive.
Yeah, we expected UCL to be looking to scale this game out, you know, like we said, getting level 16 on this Kayle, 3Ms on this Twitch, but they just get some early leads and run away with the game. Didn't even need the scaling that they had in their team, and Goldsmiths will have to prepare for their next game, try to look at what went wrong, see if there's any way they can improve. All off the back of that Hecarim gank in the mid lane, just quickly on the bot lane, sorry, quickly capitalizing on that overextend, and from that, UCL never really lost control of the game.
Yeah, alright, we're going to send it to the interviews right now. We have some players, of course, from both sides, able to discuss exactly what went down that game.
It's on my left then, right? You let me know when you're ready.
Low.
What time do I have to make this glowy? So to avoid of you both speaking on top of each other, are we starting? Are we live? Are we starting? Go now. Alright, so here I have the post-game interview after the first game with UCL and Goldsmiths. On my right here I have the Hecarim, the jungler from UCL, Ike, and on my left here I have the Yasuo, the mid laner from Goldsmiths. So first of all, I just wanted to ask Ike, how did you feel about that game?
I think it was off a good start for me as Hecarim. And once I got a shame that 2 kills wasn't mine. If I got those 2 kills, I could have gotten CD boots plus tier. So I think it will like snowball even harder.
Thank you for that. How do you feel about the game?
Well, it started good for me. I got first blood. I thought I could carry, but it was unlucky. The jungler did his job. Yeah, it's a good game for him, man.
That is true. The Hecarim was everywhere on the map, wherever you looked. Mid lane, bot lane, top lane. So, I just wanted to hear more about the draft. How did you guys go into the draft? Did you have any info on the enemies, or did you just pick what you were comfortable with?
Yeah, so our mid laner plays Azir and it's banned, so we want to get rid of like things he kind of is scared of. So we got rid of Syndra and Cassiopeia, and he plays Sylas. So those two are kind of the counters for Sylas, and we just kind of drafted around Yuumi, and so I picked Hecarim. Yeah, and our top laner sees Ornn, and he's confident to flip out the KO.
How about you? What was your thoughts going into draft?
Well, we found out that they obviously had a Azir mid lane, and yeah, he just pretty much smokes everyone, and he was like a one-trick Azir, so we ended up banning him, and we ended up seeing Twitch, Yuumi, blah blah blah. Their champs were pretty like range and stuff, so it was kind of good for Yasuo's win wall. That's why I went for the Yasuo pick.
But I'm guessing like with the Twitch and Yuumi, not really expected coming out from them? Not at all?
Not at all.
Were you expecting what they came up with their draft? Because they came up with, I would say, a slightly more standard draft compared to what you guys did.
Yeah, when I see that Mordekai's a jungle, I think he kind of OPGGs the counters of Hecarim. Yeah, it's a good counter if you're going even. So you can lock Hecarim in and lock Yuumi out. So yeah, I think overall their comp is more standard, has a good CC, good team fight, but we didn't really get team fights because we kind of snowballed. Yeah.
So I mean, going to the next match right now, it'll be City against Roehampton. Do you have any thoughts? Do you know any players from the other teams?
No idea. No idea.
About you?
No idea.
Oh, that's fine. I think, are we moving on?
Yeah.
I think so. Well, I mean, so other than that, I mean, let's just talk about kind of the whole tournament. How do you feel after coming out with such a big win in the first game? How do you feel about the rest of the tournament?
Still need to respect everyone. There might be things we still don't know about, like even we have their OPGGs. Still don't know what kind of things they're gonna pick, or like different kinds of draft. So we have to go with the flow.
Guessing you're probably gonna expect a Hecarim ban in the next game.
Maybe Yuumi ban instead of Hecarim.
That's fair. How about you? How do you feel about the rest of the tournament? Obviously not the best start that you guys wanted, but you still have 2 more games going in. So
I'm still confident. I just gotta watch out for the camps, and yeah, I should be fine. We should be good. Don't worry.
Well, I mean, other than that, surely the game was a bit one-sided, I would say, and the game ended pretty fast. Would you make any adjustments with the next draft, or you're gonna try and go for the same comp, or try and go for your comfort picks?
Maybe if my teammates are all confident enough, maybe we'll go with the solo queue draft, or I don't know, maybe we go some kind of team fight oriented, like more standard 5v5 comp.
What about you?
Yeah, about the same. I think we should just go for a good 5v5 team fight. CC type of match, no solo queue stuff, man.
Just try and scale slowly into the late game and then try and go for them 5v5 fights. Whereas, guessing you guys do like to play a lot more aggressive early. I mean, obviously they had the Lucian army, but you got the Hecarim, and you got, I think, a few of the champions that you wanted, and you got a lot of the 1v1s early, so you can just snowball from there.
True.
Yeah. We're done. Because I'm supposed to get a Q. I don't know what else to ask you, honestly. But let's see. City and UCL, I actually did heard they played each other last week. And
City and UCL.
No, City and Roehampton.
Oh, right.
And they didn't go very well for City.
Oh.
So, but we'll see how it goes from there. We'll have 2 more games. You guys are playing. I'm not sure who you guys are playing next. But is there anything that you would encourage your team like after this? Do you think your team's confidence is going to be shaken, or anything that you would say?
I believe in my team. I think we can run it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing your boys are feeling confident after the last one, ready to go for the next game.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Wow, this is very long, bro. Shit, bro. I didn't prepare that much.
I mean,
I need to prepare more for the next one, that's for sure. Is there anything, let's say, anything you want to say about your team? Like, say some of your laners played well at either top lane, bot lane, mid lane. Anyone you want to compliment? Or anyone you want to call out?
no, pretty much my whole team played pretty good. I mean, Twitch got the kills, so he's fine bot lane after I ganked bot again. So he's pretty much fine on his own. He can probably with Yumi he can probably 1v3. My top laner did a good job. Most damage, he kept Ornn down in his turret for eternity, almost. So yeah, only thing, I think my mid laner was alright. Even though he got solo killed the first time, he kind of joked around about it, and I think he came back on his own, or maybe I helped him.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure. I think he
2v2 mid lane
he
afterwards.
1v2'd them
Yeah.
with Mordo and waited,
showed up.
stalled. Yeah. So I think all of them did a great job.
Alright, thank you both players for the interview, and we're going to go back to the casters for the next game.
Well, thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you so much for that insight, of course. We will be in with the next game shortly, but before then, we're just going to throw it to an ad break in the meantime. See you in a bit. turns out it's going to be a little bit sooner than otherwise expected, so... Hello everyone, a little bit sudden, but there was a little tech issue with a player PC upstairs, but it has been resolved a little bit sooner than expected, and as such we're jumping straight into Champ Select. Of course, back with myself, Takua, and Unknown, and all of this is provided to you by, of course, New Meta and the Federation.
Yeah, lovely to be back. Getting straight into the game. Bans coming out. Yumi, Garen, Vex, and Caitlyn, Varus, and Swain. Carly will be the first pick. Really strong in that mid lane. Really oppressive champion. See Darius standing from City as second pick.
I mean, draft going nice and fast since all the teams had everything planned out properly before the tech issue went down. So we'll be back into game. Of course, there'll still be the 3-minute spectator delay, but at the moment, drafts are shaping up very nicely. A lot of AD so far on both sides.
Yeah, very interesting to see lots of AD picked up, other than obviously the Azir coming in, providing some magic damage for the for Roehampton, sorry.
Yeah, precisely that. A nice presence in the mid lane, consistent AP damage across the board. Also very strong lane phase for the most part, with Azir there being piloted by Ice Blue, of course.
Yeah, and Vayne is going to be really strong in this game with the true damage on that passive. Going to be really helpful at taking down things like the Trundle and the Darius. Incredibly tanky once they start building items and monsters. Trundle starts taking stats away from players with that ultimate. We'll see the Aatrox and the Qiyana being banned. Aatrox obviously really impressive, as we saw him being first banned last game, and the Qiyana very strong, like melee assassin champion. Can be very deadly when ahead. CC layering with the river element can be really strong in team fights, and that ultimate obviously rocking on the river means that massive CC can be laid down in the team fights. So you see the Fizz and the Ornn being the last bans. Ornn obviously really good champion at stalling out in that top side. Especially when against things like the Darius. You see the turret being picked up here. Don't see many turrets, however. Good pick here. Will be able to use that ultimate to avoid some of this oppressive nature from the likes of the Azir and the Pike from Roehampton. And we will see Draven being last pick. Draven, really strong, oppressive AD carry, can really help to shut down this Vayne, stop this Vayne from getting ahead. And when ahead, Dravens can be a complete nightmare to deal with, obviously doing tons and tons of damage. Interesting to see the damage shares for both teams. We'll see Roehampton opting for slightly more AD heavy comp. Obviously, the Azir going to be after playing a little bit safer, maybe not looking for as many of those Shurima shuffles. Instead, opting to play further back, outputting all of that damage that we know Azir can output. However, for the side of City, you see quite good damage share with the true damage coming through from the Vayne. Carly in the mid lane providing lots of magic damage, and the Sejuani in the jungle helping with that.
Yeah, precisely that. Just a little bit more background on these teams, since we didn't initially have the chance to go for it, but of course we have 3 minutes worth of spectator delay. In the meantime, we're just going to throw it right now to a little bit about both teams. First, of course, starting off the blue side, there is a bit of a overlay issue at the moment, which is inverting the sides of the teams, as you can see on stream. However, here we are with the actual blue side of City University being, of course, best Frost for all NA, Lucifer, Trimony, and Lumarai and Ostaf 1.
Yeah, obviously. We see them picking up some of these champions like the Kled, that their top laner is known for playing. Other things to note are the things like the Vayne, obviously banned away. The Varus, banned away, opting for the Vayne to come through with more of the damage. You know, Varus can add a lot of damage to those tanks. When going the AP variant, or to ban away from Lunary. Other things to note will be the Kali in the mid lane. Not seen very much by Yaminzi. However, a Kali, very, very strong champion. Presume he has had a decent amount of experience piloting it if he is willing to pick it out here.
Yeah, and of course, just did notice on the username there, of course, just realised it's Best Frost DK, of course, referred to Death Knight from World of Warcraft NA, so missed that one out initially, but, you know, I'll take it for granted on the Kled, of course. I mean, some of those skins may be looking like a little bit out of that game as well, so nice little fun fact there for that side as we transition into, of course, the red side being Roehampton, the Skorokars, NBA Hookboy, Ice Blue, and Stegosaurus, of course. NBA Hookboy, very famed player when it comes to university leagues, and particularly on those Hook champs this time. On that Pike, together with that Draven, as you mentioned, a very, very oppressive lane phase, which we'll wait to see exactly how much of a lead they can build out of that.
Yeah, and Pike can be such a nuisance
Yeah.
in that laning phase. Like we saw the Twitch, that invisibility really helpful to get in a good position. Obviously, Pike plays a lot different to the Twitch. You don't want to be opening up, you want to be pulling them back into the path of this Draven. And if the enemy does get pulled and CC'd away from this Taric, then this Vayne will fall very, very quickly.
Yeah, and saying that you have to be very, very careful on that side right now. Make sure that you're sacking CS in certain situations, because I imagine that you will have to, unless the Pike Draven plays out the lane phase incredibly badly, but they have the tools there to obviously compensate for that one. So expecting a very hard winning bot side, and we'll see exactly how the other lanes end up panning out, but at the moment, I think the focus is on that bot lane.
Yeah, obviously Pike, like we said with the invis, however, obviously that invisibility being notified to the enemy team, and just that alone, even if you're not going in, just that pressure, that fear that it inflicts onto the enemy team of making them believe that the Pike may be appearing out of anywhere can mean that they have to play a lot safer. So it is going to be this Sejuani's job to path down to this bot side, get in there early, make sure that she can help out this Vayne, not let this Draven get too far ahead and start sacking up those adoration stacks and running away with the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as it does say in chat, mid is going to be relatively boring as far as this game is concerned. Azir, whilst able to be able to poke out Akali and should be winning in terms of farm overall, the Akali does have the tools to be able to pretty much sit around there for a little bit, scale up to level 6, scale up to get some items, maybe look for roam every so often, and then be able to play the game out fairly fine. As for the top side, I expect that to be a little bit more volatile between Kled Darius, especially with the Ignite being brought onto the Kled Ignite TP to be able to provide a little bit more power in the isolated 1v1 versus the Ghost on the Darius.
Yeah, and I think while a lot of our focus will be on this bot lane, and obviously both AD carries with a lot of carry potential in front of them, I think top lane will also be a very interesting lane to watch, especially in the early phase with things like the Ghost that Darius can really start to punish. However, like we said, this Kled, very proficient on the champion. We see a 60% win rate, obviously very comfortable, presumably has played this matchup many times, so we ready, and it will be interesting to see who can get the upper hand in this top side, especially if we see junglers pathing into the bot lane and sort of capitalizing on that early aggression and early leads that we expect to be picked up from the Draven. This top side might be left in isolation for quite a long time.
Yeah, precisely that. It's also going to come down to exactly as you mentioned, where Lucifer and Deskaro decide to path out the game. Right now, of course, lining up early on, they will meet in the top side. Sejuani Trundle being spotted out will ward the River Brush, but Deskaro is not aware, if I'm not mistaken, that the Sejuani and Kled did spot that ward going down.
And interesting to note, we see, same as last time, the Moss Stomper being picked up by both junglers. That new jungle pet that provides the shield, clearly being the favourite of our junglers here today, helping them in the team fights to just survive, have a little bit more survivability on champions like the Sejuani and the Trundle, who are already very tanky. That shield can be extremely irritating for members who may not be able to build into items like the Serpent's Fang to negate some of that shield.
Yeah, fan of the grass starters today, but might be a potential for a bit of a delayed invade here. Of course, Pike Q available. Sejuani not taking a leash, might actually be able to take the jump onto Lucifer.
And the Pike will miss the hook. However, City will have to back away from this, and Roehampton will just be able to take the red buff away. Despite the hook not landing, they will be able to secure everything they wanted, secure away this red buff, move up, take away the Raptors, and it'll be interesting to see if this Trundle decides to take the fastest route path straight through mid lane into his own red buff and deny as much farm off this Sejuani as possible.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate miss there. You hope that with the Halo Blades igniting all the early game damage you have between those three champions, you could just take out Sejuani, or at least severely compromise her ability to clear early. Of course, you still get the buff, you still get that bot side, so it is a winning play. But it definitely could have went better, as they still hit level 2 first.
And Flash going in with the E. Hail of Blades on the Pike will be enough with the Ignite to secure the kill. First Blood going over to this Draven. Really, really good play from Roehampton.
Tarek's in trouble.
What you'd like to see. And the Trundle we see not pathing out to our red buff will be down here for the early dive. And that's a level 2 dive coming out from the side of Roehampton. Really, really strong early start from them here. We see a kill being picked up by the Trundle and by the Draven. And that Draven kill is going to spell disaster for City. Draven going to be able to go back, pick up some of those items. And he's really just going to be able to start hammering down on this Vayne. Start stacking up those adoration stacks and really just making it misery to play as this Vayne. And this Vayne, if not ahead, will struggle to take out some of these tankier members of Roehampton.
I mean, that was just a win-win scenario there for Roehampton on the bot side. You secure the buff, you clear the bot side, then you still hit level 2 first and get a kill. This is a bit of a problem with the Vayne, admittedly, and the fact that Vayne just doesn't really have an ability to gain early prio whatsoever into her kit, and then playing into Draven Pike, who, despite getting to lane later than the Vayne Taric, still managed to out-clear them and push for that first. I think if you're Lunarai right there, it was a slight misplay, but it is admittedly very difficult as a Vayne to be able to secure that. But then the position of just immediately getting tower dive because the Trundle's bot side level 2 was just incredible. Great recognition from Roehampton to recognize that they had the ability to do that.
Interesting to see here is the Sejuani moving in here on the Raptors. Will bot out that Sejuani. Sejuani will be able to disengage, and Trundle here just taking away so much CS from the Sejuani, getting a really, really strong early lead. You see the max to CS, however, this Trundle still has 3 camps and a crab to clear. You see the Pike going in here with the Invis. Hook will be sidestepped by this Tarek. Very good job. Surely if that hook had landed with no flash, it would have been a guaranteed kill.
Very, very nice play. Even still, Roehampton very much in the lead in these moments. If you look at the CS and the bot side yet again, of course, this is kind of the focus matchup right now. 13 ahead on the Draven. The Vayne really, really cannot play the game at all. It's just about sacking. I mean, Hookboy comes up again, lands another one.
Lands a good hook, holds the hook here, past the dive away from the Vayne, and the axes will land as we see them follow up with the kill onto the Tarek. Sejuani going in here, but I'm not sure if they want to take this fight. Only level 2 and will fall.
That is unfortunate to watch. Of course, Lucifer wanted to palm in there and try and salvage the play from either, but you're a Draven that cashed in really early, given the early dive, and you're just getting more and more resources piped in. Of course, admittedly, the one saving grace right now for City is that mid lane. Kled not going to quite win out on that one, but of course Akali in this Azir matchup managed to do a significant damage to Azir just there, and it's very, very even at the moment in the mid, which is at least a saving grace, but you have to be so damn careful about that Draven, because it's 5 minutes in the game, and there is an Eclipse completed.
And that Eclipse is going to be dishing out so much damage. This bot lane, as we've already seen, a 2v3 coming down, and it'll be interesting to see how this Trundle plays as we see the Akali going in the mid lane here. I wonder if we will see the Trundle start to really pressure some of these objectives, start this early Drake stacking, move up, rotate round to the Herald, maybe bring the Pike with him, and just wipe this Roehampton squad, this City squad, off the map.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to play this from here, but it's not all doomed. for the time being. Of course, bot lane is completely a foregone conclusion. There is no way that this Vayne tower can ever get back into this, but we're going to have to be keeping an eye on exactly what Sejuani decides to do, where the priority decides to go with the jungle, as this is going to be the key for City to try and get any sort of lead back into the game. What I would hope to see is some sort of focus around mid lane here, where the Akali's actually doing relatively okay into Zir, or even the Kled Darius matchup, which is also going fairly even despite the CS deficit.
Yeah, and I think key thing to note is even though Sejuani did fall there, she did invest the flash, so that flashless Sejuani will mean that a little bit of that gank pressure is gone. Obviously, can use that Q flash to quickly gap close. We'll have to slowly walk into that lane. Obviously, not much move speed on the Sejuani until we hit 6. We will see going in here on the bot lane, and 2 axes will take away all of the health there of the turret. With the ignite ticking, will not fall. However, will be forced to back away. Roehampton not overextending the play. Spotted. Sorry, didn't spot the Sejuani. Know that she should be down on this bot side as Trundle moves into the river here.
We've got a skirmish on top. I mean, the problem is Sejuani's trying to look bot, and it's nice to be able to try and cover for your bot lane, but it's just impossible to do anything there. I just think it's a little bit of a wasted investment. There goes the Empress Divide. Flashback forward.
Very good Shuriken flip. However, the Trundle does move in. Pillar will interrupt, and a great pillar means that the Azir will not fall despite being on such low HP. As we see the Pike here finding the turret. The hook will not land. However, the stun does, and using that blast cone will mean that the Trundle will be able to secure this kill very, very easily.
Very, very clean from Roehampton. 7-0 versus City right now. City 6,000 gold behind, and it is almost 8 minutes, not even just yet in the game. Huge, huge early game lead. We were talking earlier about, in game 1, about whether Roehampton could actually, well, whether UCL's record could actually be beaten for a fast game, but right now this is arguably faster, and I think Deskar is going to take out the Akali.
We do see the Taric moving in here. Ultimate was invested by the Trundle, however, nothing will come of it. Both members will run away from each other. I wonder if Trundle will have enough gold to finish off, presumably this Divine Sunder here. Not quite enough. We'll buy all of the components. We see a fight going down in this bot lane. Flash away from the Taric as ultimate is invested by this Draven. However, no kills will come of it. A lot of pressure being invested by this Roehampton bot lane as City just cannot respond. You do see the Darius here finding the Kled. Will be stacking up this stats. Kled slowly dishing out the damage. However, the dunk from the Darius will secure the kill. Looked like Kled might have been able to turn that one. However, ultimate does go wide there from Sejuani.
Oh, you have to
think.
think.
Disaster for City.
If that ultimate had landed, you get a pick onto Ice Blue there, get the Akali rolling a little bit in this game, and there's a glimmer of hope. But unfortunately, it gets extinguished immediately as the ultimate does go wide. And right there, Azir gets out completely scot-free, of course, Akali. Now in a slight CS lead, but it's absolutely irrelevant when it compares to the rest of the game state. But the idea was there. The idea was good, and that's what we want to see more of. Sejuani going into lanes, trying to capitalize on the states. I mean, Akali here with the roam might be able to go into Darius. At least it will be a flash away. I don't think you can get the kill just about. No, you will. Yasmini going to get 400 gold from that.
Yeah, good use of the ultimate there to gap close a little bit, despite the flash away. Potentially a little bit early from the Darius. I wonder if he could have held that flash.
Yep.
Used the pull just to negate some of Akali's engage. As we see Hook landing here onto this Vayne. Vayne will use the Condemn to disengage and stay safe. Sejuani will be spotted here. Does flash over the wall, and the Shuriken Shuffle will not be able to follow.
Very, very unfortunate. At the very least, Akali did get some gold into her back pocket, which is exactly what you want to see with that top dice. But I think some of that gold might just be going away here. This meaning needing to escape out there, but I think the Pike's going to be able to secure that kill. Draven, though.
In a 3v1, it'll be very interesting to see if he can do anything in this. Ultimate will be invested. This Taric falling very, very dangerously low. However, Vayne will secure the kill. That is absolutely massive for City. Shut down onto this Vayne. Just releasing a little bit of that pressure in the bot side. Obviously, shut down as the Pike will come in.
God.
Brilliant flash away there to redirect the E, and the Pike will secure a double kill in the 1v2 in the bot lane. Wonderful use of the flash there with the ER flash combo to not only secure the kill onto the Taric, but then switch targets and invest and get the stun onto this Vayne. Very, very beautifully played there by NBA Hookboy. Like we said, a player to watch, and comes out tremendously there.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't get the second kill, but you still got the flash at the end of the day, and that is now a flashless Vayne for the next time you decide to engage with the hook. That skewer coming through. Sejuani does have... Oh, it connects this time, and Akali secures the kill.
Yeah, good use of the Sejuani ultimate there, just to be able to lock down that Azir. Obviously, Azir, very mobile, but with that much CC, unable to do anything. And this Akali is going to be the key point for City if they hope to come back in this game. As we see the Taric potentially being sorted out here. Good Trundle pillar, and the Taric will fall. Pike will find this Sejuani. Hook will land, however, I doubt much is going to come from this. Sejuani safely between two towers. And Roehampton, despite that loss in the bot side on the Draven, shutdown being secured by the Vayne, they will continue to push their lead.
This is one really nice thing about the Vayne Condemn, at the very least in this lane, when you are somewhat able to play, is you can push back that Pike and cancel the charge of that Harpoon, so they can't actually get the Q onto you. Of course, they can still E forward, but Vayne can sometimes make work and dodge that if you don't actually have the slow from the Q, the slow, and of course the space to get that Mountain Drake, of course, secured. But very late Drake stacking out of Roehampton despite the early advantage, meaning that City kind of have a little bit more time to try and get their resources, at least to be able to compete.
Yeah, like we said, Drake stacking very, very late here, despite the early lead. However, one thing to note is Roehampton are very, very ranged in comparison to City. When you actually look at it, with obviously the Azir Corridor range and the Draven Corridor range, the only real range you have on the side of City is this Vayne, who is so far behind. So when these waves start coming in, it's going to be incredibly hard to sort of fight with Roehampton knocking at the doors of your base.
Yeah, the other thing to consider about Draven is that Draven actually quite likes being engaged on, but I'm going to hold that fort as Sejuani gets engaged on as well.
Yeah, good use of the pillar there, however, looks like the Kled ult will be invested here. Wonder if they can secure a pick. Does follow over the wall. However, Kled looks like he might have ran into his death here. The Akali will invest the ultimate, and will secure a kill onside Draven. Akali doing lots and lots of damage here. Will be able to secure the kill as a double kill comes through from the Akali. Shut down onto the Pike. Akali will move back down here. Taric looks like he will probably fall to this Azir. It'll be interesting to see if Akali can clean this up any longer. Trundle will also fall. I thought Akali was going to go down there with the lifesteal from Trundle.
He's alive.
Akali dishing out so much damage. And like you say, the Taric will run away. However, burn from the Azir will mean the kill goes over.
The unfortunate situation there with the minion aggro, wasn't really much you could do. You go one way, you go straight into the waiting arms of Azir. The other way, you die to minion aggro anyway, so you're pretty much secured your fate there. But Akali now, after that entire team fight, is 5-1 with 96 farm. This means upon this reset, she'll be getting her mythic, and with those 10 Darksteel stacks, very much poised to be in a position to assassinate potential backline members if City can play these fights differently. On the other hand, Roehampton is still 7,000 gold ahead, which is a little bit of a problem, and now with Azir's mythic online, you're going to start to see some problems in team fights, especially if Roehampton are grouped up and positioned correctly.
Yeah, this Akali going to be the key point of contention for City if they want to make anything come of this game. That team fight going very, very well. If you look at the lead that Roehampton had, as you see the heal coming out here from the Vayne, keeping safe from this Pike looming around. Hook will not land. Dash away. Roll away, I should say, to safety, as we see the Draven hammering away here at this mid-tier 1.
A tumble away, but there goes the prison.
And we will see here that the Sejuani will just about live. Kled going in here. No Akali, however, TP will be coming in very shortly as the Vayne will find a kill. And sorry, that is a TP for the Azir. Wonderful shuffle there to push back the members of City, and Roehampton will take the fight. Sejuani returns, however, too low on HP to get anything done, and Pike will not land. Vayne will just about get away. Flash in from the Azir will secure the kill on the Vayne. And underneath tier 1 tower, they just about secure all of City.
At least it wasn't a complete disaster for City, but Roehampton still in the end managing to get the brunt of the kills and secure that mid-tier 1. A great idea from Lucifer to get that Glacial Prison down onto Pyke. Unfortunately, it's a Pyke. He is away, and now he's not in a position to die. And of course, the fact that your Akali was there in the bot side, of course, admittedly, gaining very, very important XP and gold for the fights to come, but the problem was the Akali wasn't there to be able to provide the extra damage source on the engage that you had in mid, which is partially the reason why that fight didn't go as well as you might have liked. Think about it, if Yaminzi was there, angle definitely might have been a little bit different, but definitely hope for City as long as they can keep getting these engages if the Akali is in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, and really, really good use of the teleport there. Unleashed onto the minion from the Azir. Uses that Streamer Shuffle into the Azir ultimate to push back all those members of City who were overextended into the tower and turning what looked like a very, very good team fight for City into an extremely bad one.
In an excellent position right now. As long as Roehampton can subjugate this Kali, condemn her to the bot side, see what happens. Of course, seems like City wants to try and make a play on this Infernal as the Trundle is doing Rift, and you have the information on this. Roehampton roaming down. City does have the setup, but Roehampton does also have the flank in the Darius in the bot side, so waiting to see what Hook Boy's going to look for. Ice Blue as well with Shuffle available.
It's Akali now here in this team fight. Hook will land onto the turret core, however, with the pillar. However, the objective will be secured by City, which is what they came for. Akali going in here over the wall onto the Azir. The wall will be used, however, Akali dashing back over with that R2. But Roehampton cleaning up this fight. City do secure the Drake, however, too much damage coming in. Despite the Akali being there, City cannot find the play and will have to turn tails and accept just the Drake from that team fight. As we see, the Akali getting dove under the tower here. It's currently hidden in that shroud, however, will fall to that Draven. Flash forward from the Draven, confidently securing that kill, making sure that he can redeem those adoration stacks. And Roehampton are just running away with this game.
Yeah, absolute demolition. Incredibly precise execution there, recognizing, okay, we'll do the Rift Herald, we have enough time, drop it down mid lane, let them get a Drake, doesn't matter. It's only the second Drake in the game. Doesn't really mean anything at that point. They can have that Infernal as long as we win that team fight. We have the better setup. They're all in Drake pit. We pincer in on both sides. You can see that the Vayne had to deal with a ghosted Darius earlier and simply could not deal with that. Vayne gets dragged to one side, Tarek gets picked off by the Pyke, and it's so easy to execute on after that.
Yeah, and a fight on many fronts is exactly what Roehampton want. City really need to play grouped up, stay as one big unit here if they hope to get anything out of these fights.
Precisely that. You recognise that Roehampton as a 5-stack, they're pretty much unstoppable with the gold lead they have amounted. Previously, the fights where they might have been losing, they were at some sort of numbers disadvantage, or they didn't take the fight on their terms, but as long as it's on their terms and everybody is there, it goes pretty much as they want it. City now really going to have to look for a miracle play at this point, especially with that Akali being completely neutered, especially when your teammates die already. Everyone could just focus you, despite you being the only damage dealer.
I think the key thing to point out there is Akali going in onto the Azir, and the Azir having built those merc trays was incredibly tanky, and really, the Akali didn't look to be doing too much damage to this Azir. Akali really needs to start getting onto the Draven in these fights if they can hope to have a comeback.
Clearing out a little bit of vision.
LDR here secured for the Draven. This Draven incredibly strong, sat at 3 items.
Pushing the vision back out, making sure the setup on the Baron is all ready. However, they did spot the ward currently on the Baron controls. Not in the inventory of Roehampton, so City will have this information if NBA doesn't spot this out in a second.
And City here, relatively good position. looking like could be a 4v3. However, we will see
Might be able to
Azir
get pick.
pushing in the bot side here. Teleport coming out from this Azir back into the river. You see Hook does land onto this Akali. No stun to follow up. The Kled here tanking up the members of Roehampton. We see the Akali deep in the background here, really looking for this Draven, and will secure the kill with that R2 execute, as it will chase down, not just about secure the kill. Darius here will be stunned up, and City playing this fight very well, playing as a group, like we mentioned, playing together, will be able to get the picks onto Roehampton. The Akali finding the kill onto the Draven is absolutely massive, neutering a massive chunk of the damage from Roehampton, and City will run away. However, very good fight, and we will see here this
Lucifer goes down here. It's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Jungle going down is absolutely not what you want, especially going down to that mark for death. That's it. They're getting equally low.
Will land. Massive Streamer Shuffle into the Azir ultimate will mean both members are pushed back, and all 3 kills will be secured just about by Roehampton. They will push into the base here. Only the Akali alive to defend for this base. And I imagine that Roehampton, when this Draven gets back, will just turn straight to this Baron Masher.
Yep. Get that inhibitor, get that ready. You go straight onto the Baron. You have virtually no reason not to. Sejuani is just on respawn, but I think with the damage available to you, you just have a little bit too much. In that previous play, Akali making a wonderful hero play initially, dragging the team out, securing a kill on one of the carries of Roehampton, but unfortunately just wasn't enough after the rest of the team got caught out on the bottom side, but almost saved the play. And you can see that despite the gold deficit, City was still able to try and fight back. So you have to imagine if it wasn't so disastrous there in the bot lane this early on, maybe the game would look a lot more even.
And it was looking like such a good fight for City with that early secure kill on to the Draven. However, like we said, this Akali, pretty much the only damage here is we see Akali being caught out here very deep in Roehampton's jungle, and will be shut down by the Darius. This Akali no longer a presence on the map means that they can secure this drink with ease. Like I was just saying, this Akali pretty much the only damage here. Obviously this Vayne slowly starting to come back into the game with the Rage Knife. We'll be waiting to pick up the Rage Blade to properly start dishing out a decent chunk of damage. But this Akali for now has to get so deep and so far into the backline of Roehampton that killing the Draven, yes, is a very useful thing and will massively shut down Roehampton, but Akali will be giving their life in return. See Roehampton here pushing in to the base of City, just relentless with this pursuit with the Baron Nashor. Good ultimate from the Sejuani will mean that the CC will land. However, Roehampton look virtually untouched, disengage, run away, and return back in with this Draven. City have to be really careful as Akali does go in, however forced to pop that stopwatch really early. Depth from, from below will secure 2 kills. Brilliant timing there as soon as it comes out of the stopwatch, and that's a triple kill coming through for this Pyke as Roehampton look to end out the game.
Wasn't necessarily the cleanest execution, a few fumbles at times, allowing City to get back into the game, but at the end of the day, you were still 7 kills up at around 7 minutes. And that Draven's early lead really did snowball into the rest of the game for Roehampton. End of the day, you get the victory, and it was a relatively dominant one at that, but doesn't quite beat what we saw earlier from UCL.
Yeah, very dominant game coming in from Roehampton. City had some moments of brilliance, some moments of comebacks. However, Roehampton were just too strong in those team fights, and even when this Draven fell, they were still able to dish out a ton of damage and secure the kills needed and eventually get the win.
Yeah, precisely that. We'll be over to interviews shortly, but overall, if we bring it back to results in a second, I mean, Roehampton won, UCL won. So right now, as far as the standings go, of course, there will be 6 games for today. These are only the first 2 played out, but Roehampton and UCL very much in the driver's seat right now in terms of whether they can actually secure the positions necessary to be able to move on to the next stage of the tournament. Every single win does matter, and getting that first one does provide you of at least saying that, you know, I can drop the next one and still be relatively comfortable in being able to progress.
Yeah, and very good showings from both teams despite the dominant win from Roehampton. City still have things to take away from this game, and Roehampton still have many things to improve on.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, still waiting for some of the players to get back down regarding this, but I think overall we're seeing a little bit more of exactly where the tournament favourites are expecting. UCL and Roehampton do seem to be slightly a step up as far as they have been performing so far. You can chalk this down to certain early game errors, maybe from the opposition. So if Goldsmiths and City can iron out some of those, then there are definitely chances. Because it wasn't exactly hopeless in every single facet of the game. Yes, they weren't exactly graceful losses, but there were moments for both teams. The players have the capability to win. They just need to be able to recognize what their win condition is and actually exercise that.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what happens next game with Roehampton going up against UCL. Be a great watch.
Yeah, of course. I think that, to be honest, will be the game of the day, really. I mean, the winner of UCL Roehampton is probably going to end up securing first seed of that group. So
Yeah, it will be very interesting to watch. However, like we said previously, despite the loss for City, they will still retain 1 point. That leaves us with UCL and Roehampton at the top with 3 points, and Goldsmiths and City with 1 point.
precisely just our interviewers getting ready a little bit. Just a kind reminder, of course, that all of this is provided to you by the amazing New Metagaming Arena and the Federation. Federation, of course, able to provide a lot of prizing for all of you. You can check out their website, be the competition, and challenge your friends and others at the favorite game. Of course, I'm just going to bring it over to the interview right now between two teams of City and Roehampton.
So here's the post-game interview between Roehampton and City. On my left, I have the support for Roehampton, Costa, and on my right, I have the mid laner for City, Baba. So I just wanted to ask you guys, what are your thoughts on the game?
Well, going into the game, we were pretty confident. We had really good match at bot lane, and we kind of just took control of the game through bot lane.
What about you? What do you think about the game?
Give me that. So, I think we had a nice comp. We had a nice dive comp. We could have done a lot with that. I feel like some things went wrong, but you know what? Things happen. They played really well. To be honest, that Pyke, can I swear?
Nah.
That Pyke done stuff to us that we could probably find on some website somewhere. And yeah, it was a good game though, all in all.
Obviously, there was a lot of plays, a lot of action at bot lane early on. Were there any specific play that stood out to you?
Yeah, it was my play bot lane, where I ulted the Taric and then flashed on Vayne with my E.
The flashy, that was indeed quite clean. What about you? Any plays that you particularly like? Maybe not just about you or your teammates, or you?
You know what? There was that one escape. Yeah, I had that as I'm telling you. I left that E on the W. You saw that? Ran away, a little cheeky one. It was good. I like that one. That was good.
So obviously that was a game. Next game we're going to Roehampton's going to be playing again. I'm not sure you guys are playing, but do you have any thoughts going into the next game?
Well, seeing how we won the first game, we're really confident, and I'm pretty sure we can win.
Are you worried that they're going to adjust their draft after watching the last game? Obviously, they might take away the Draven, might take away the Pyke.
That's fine. We've got a lot of bot lanes that we can pull out and just win our games through bot lane again.
Yeah. Sounds really confident. How about you going to the next game?
What was the question?
How do you feel going into the next game?
Yeah, man. It's alright, man. We'll play. We'll hopefully win.
Do you think you're going to adjust your draft or maybe anything to... Because they watch this game, so they know kind of how you guys play, what you guys like playing. Do you think you're going to adjust your draft?
Probably.
Yes. So one thing I want to know is kind of what your thoughts were going into the draft. Like, were you guys going for counters? Were you guys going for stuff that you were comfortable with?
We played mostly comfort picks. We tried to play obviously through bot side. And we just played all our comfort picks really. Yeah.
How about you guys? How was the draft? What were your thoughts going into draft?
To be honest, he just told me pick a colour. I picked a colour. I don't know anything about what the draft is about.
So I'm guessing a lot of your team just kind of pick comforts and not necessarily like maybe they pick this. I guess we'll.
I
just
mean,
pick
I'm
this
assuming
instead.
they thought let's just go for dive because you lot had a Draven and
Yeah.
Azir, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming that's what that was about.
Yeah, you guys did have a bit of a dive comp
Yeah,
with
they-
Khaled and
yeah.
Tarek and
Yeah.
Sejuani, everything.
I'm assuming
going
that's
on.
what it was about,
Yeah.
but you have to ask Chris maybe. He probably-
Okay, so I mean, after that game, something I want to know about is because we're now playing the preseason patch. You know, we've moved on from last season. We're now playing the preseason patch with the new jungle, with the new items. Did that impact how your team played at all?
Not really, no. I don't think any of us have played enough preseason to just adjust to it. So we just played what we played in the last season.
How about you guys? Would the preseason patch have impacted you guys at all?
I didn't even know what changed, to be honest. I don't actually know what was a change, so I can't answer that question.
So, I mean, after that, I would say after that game, anything you want to call out your teammates on? Not as could be good, could be bad. Up to you.
My Trundle bought Cosmic Drive on Trundle, so I'm not too happy I'm not too happy about that. So I'm gonna have a talk with him now.
How about you? Any teammates you want to call out?
No, to be honest, man, I wasn't watching my team. I was just playing. I was just
My
playing.
man was in his own world.
I was in my own world. I had my tunes on. I was doing my thing, man. I was just vibing. Yeah.
Oh, you press tab and then you just see, what's going on here?
That's how it was, man. I'll be honest. That's how it was.
I'm guessing confident was sky high for you guys after the first 2v2, right? You just kept going, kept diving them, and then you transitioned to mid lane, transitioned to whole lead, and everything. It was great. Yeah. So, I mean, next game, confidence is going to be high for you guys. Do you think you would talk to the team about how we go into the next game? Not necessarily draft related, but maybe like confidence-wise or how you're going to approach the game?
Yeah, we'll be fine, man. We'll be
fine?
We'll play it. Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, we're really confident, like I said.
Really confident?
Yeah.
So maybe a bit more about this game. Towards the end, obviously you got the Baron and everything. The team fights were going all your way. Did you think at any point in the game that because you guys did almost win a team fight at the end? You got a few picks. Because that obviously at that point you were down 6 or 7k gold. And did you at any point in the game feel like there was a chance that we could come back from this?
Was it a fight where was it in base?
No, I think it was around mid lane. It was around mid lane. I think you got 1 or 2 picks.
Oh, was it when I went on Draven?
I think so, yeah.
And
When
then
you got the
Isaiah
Draven
flashed
kill.
on me.
Yeah, when you got the Draven kill, and I saw that 3 or 4 teammates are alive.
That was alright.
Yeah.
That was an alright fight.
Did you think that? Did you think that at that point, we could come back from this and stuff like that?
Yeah, you know what? I thought, maybe we can make something out of this. But then I hit tab and saw Trundle and I changed my mind.
And I mean, when your Draven did give up the bounty a few times, I won't lie. Obviously, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, we were really scared in the top lane when Akali killed both me and Draven. So yeah, that was a really sketchy
All right.
moment.
Thank you two for the interview. We're gonna head back to the castle for the next game.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that interview, of course, between Roehampton and City, setting up the scene for the next games to come, of course. Amazing gameplay so far. I think the general levels have been set, some expectations between all the teams. But for the time being, of course, we're just going to throw it back to an ad break between our sponsors, of course, Monster Energy. Thank you so much for providing drinks and refreshments to everybody here. New Meta for being able to provide the venue and, of course, the Federation as well. The home of competitive esports with over 25 different games available to create and play your own. See you shortly. Hello everybody and welcome back of course to the first edition of the 2022 London University Esports Tournament, of course provided to you by New Meta, Monster Energy and the Federation. Returning to the stream are of course myself, Takua and Unknown, ready for game 3.
Yeah, this game's going to be very, very interesting one. We see Roehampton coming on to the blue side this time. Definitely going to be one to watch, potentially game of the day. Two of the undefeated teams with very, very quick wins, very, very dominant, going head to head. The unstoppable object against the immovable force, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely going to be the game to watch. As we mentioned previously, we can look at the results right now. UCL 1, Roehampton 1. Of course, this means that the deciding victor of this matchup pretty much gets guaranteed progression into the next section of the tournament. So that is the advantage here, and this is why this matchup really, really does matter a lot. They both had immensely, let's just say, dominating performances in both of their debut games, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how they pit up against each other.
Yeah, and the key thing for both of those games was the early bot plays.
Yeah.
You know, in UCL's game, we saw the Hecarim coming down, turning around a 2v2 with that Twitch, and in Roehampton's game, we saw the Pike getting the really early pressure here, not landing the hook, but landing the E-Flash and ensuring that Draven can secure that kill. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these two bot lanes match up going head-to-head and see which one can come out on top.
Yeah, I think maybe a potential adaptation, noticing perhaps the difference in level of your position, is that, okay, maybe we don't play something as early game aggressive. Maybe we play something that has a bit more potential to do better going into later stages of the game and aren't so reliant on that snowball factor as the Draven was. But you did say, yes, the Draven did do a lot of damage early game, and because the Draven got those kills, they were able to perform. But later on, kind of dimmed down a little bit despite the fact that Roehampton were massively ahead. So maybe slightly different priority, but we'll wait for the draft to see that.
Yeah, and another really key thing to talk about, we have mentioned their names a lot in isolation, but in the head-to-head is this jungle matchup. Both games, like we said, with a bot lane early pressure, but the jungle and the early oppressiveness from both these players has been the reason for a lot of their wins, and we've seen both games incredibly, incredibly strong performances from both junglers from UCL and Roehampton. Last game we saw that Trundle massively, massively ahead, doing so much damage, and that Hecarim with that Yuumi for UCL was completely unstoppable. So I'm very interested to see how this jungle matchup goes here, and getting into draft, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what bans are chosen by both teams.
Yeah, ban's very key. I think the Hecarim, the impact of that in terms of its ability to facilitate the lane phases of UCL was just huge. The Kayle and the Silas in the mid, and of course the counter gank bot side pretty much enabled every lane to be in a strong position. So if I were Hampton, I think that is one of the junglers I would target out. Maybe proactivity in general. Even the Sejuani, of course, we saw the last game, it wasn't quite as successful, but maybe in the hands of Thiago Bing Bing, it might be a little bit different, as I do believe we're going to draft now.
Yeah, we will be getting into draft here. For UCL, I expect to see some bans coming in, like the Pike. Pike really helpful and very oppressive, as we see Yuumi being the first ban here for Rahenton. Like we were talking about, that Yuumi really strong with the likes of the Hecarim. Draven going to be the next ban. Draven really strong in the lane. We've seen the proficiency of the champion, despite falling off a little bit in the late game. The Draven is very strong early game champion. Graves going to be the next ban, followed up by the Lucian. A lot of bot lane focus here coming out from UCL.
Yeah, I do like this Yuumi Tenal. I think Yuumi is also one of the big enablers of Hecarim as well, and was a big reason why the Switch was able to make those turnarounds. So taking all of those off the board kind of neuters that bot lane a lot, and it seems like the Ornn will be the first pick.
And a key ban to point out would be this Rek'Sai ban. Rek'Sai, not a champion we've seen, opting to ban the Rek'Sai over the Hecarim. Hecarim will be picked on the R2 here for UCL, as Syndra, the follow-up. Syndra recently buffed, very strong, and Caitlyn going to be the third pick here for Roehampton. Caitlyn really strong in these bot lanes with that massive range, can really help the poke down. Azir going to be the last pick on the first ban of the first phase for Roehampton.
Providing a massive amount of just general utility AP damage from Azir. That's why I like to sort of classify Azir as the ability to, okay, well, I can provide potential game-winning CC in terms of my ultimate. I can have a pretty good lane phase into most champions, good poke, good sustained damage, just powerful in all elements and being able to provide that to a team. Hecarim will be picked up once again, but this time in conjunction with the Varus on the bot side.
Yeah, this Varus really strong momentum for damaging some of these tanky champions like the Ornn. As we see the Xin Zhao and Karma being the final picks, we saw Thresh and Lux being taken away. Very good pairings with the Caitlyn. They will opt for the Karma, and Renata Galas going to be the last champion picked in this game. Renata going to be incredibly strong in these team fights with the likes of the Xin Zhao and the Caitlyn. Going to be really good at disrupting the play, and if that ultimate can land on a Caitlyn in the late game, that Caitlyn will one-shot some of her fellow teammates like the Karma and the Syndra.
Yeah, precisely that. The potential blow up there on top of a Caitlyn trap. I mean, any sort of CC, you have the follow-up on the side of Roehampton. That is the ability there. Of course, Caitlyn Karma, as a bot lane, aims to push in and get plate gold for yourself. So the expectation there, in terms of the bot lane matchup, as we've highlighted previously, this is going to be a really big deal when it comes to both of those teams, as it was the big point of power for them, is that Caitlyn Karma want to push in, want to get plating. Now, the counterplay to that is your jungle attention. So as you mentioned previously, Hecarim able to facilitate these lanes. What I want to see is Thiago Bing Bing going down to that bot side and trying to neuter this Caitlyn Karma bot.
One interesting thing to point out here is, until we hit 6 on the side of UCL, this Hecarim doesn't have that much setup in his lanes. You know, you can run into the top lane with the Darius, and unless Darius can get really close enough to pull in that Ornn, Hecarim is going to have to be the one getting the engages going. But Hecarim is very good at that in the early game, so I expect him to be running something like the Ghost, as we would often see a Hecarim running, as that Ghost is going to be really useful on a lower cooldown than the Flash, getting behind these enemy laners from Roehampton and pulling them back into the waiting arms of the Varus, the Azir, and the Darius.
Yeah, and of course, on the other end, with the Xin, if we want to be talking about the jungle a lot, is the Xin is a very low economy jungler, can function really well just on 1 to 2 items, and is able to facilitate your liners fairly well with the ganking potential that Xin has as setup. Looking at a Hecarim matchup, what I would want to see Deskaro do is to look to the laners and basically try and counter gank as much as possible. Because as we saw previously, if UCL had any sort of numbers advantage, or had a situation where they were able to play out a gank in advantage state, or get the first strike, for example, they kind of just won out on the play. But if you even it out a little bit, I think the dynamic changes massively. So Descaro, going to be keeping an eye on him in terms of where he's pathing.
Yeah, very, very interesting game that we will be seeing unfolding for us. Key lanes to be focused on. I actually think the mid lane here could be very highly contended. We saw Ice Blue playing that Azir last game. Now that Azir going to be in the hands of UCL. That Azir, like we saw last time, fell a little bit behind against the Akali despite the rest of the team winning. I wonder if this game Ice Blue is going to be looking to apply a lot of pressure. Obviously, the Syndra, very, very strong pairing with the Xin Zhao. If the Azir can, the Syndra can get that stun, but as the Xin Zhao is coming to lane, it's a guaranteed W hit, which means he can follow up from quite a long range and ensure some CC on to this Azir.
Yeah, I think whilst this is absolutely true, there's a lot of contention in the mid lane. I think the mid lane, at the end of the day, will be quite isolated. Very important to watch to see who gets those individual advantages, as you say, because they can impact the game that much. But I think the jungle is going to be... The jungle and the bot are going to be the key points here. I mean, if Ornn plays the lane right, should be a losing lane, but Darius shouldn't really be able to get any solo pressure onto the Ornn, unless you're making big mistakes. So the key here is to see exactly where the junglers are able to focus, and so on and so forth.
Exactly. Jungle matchup going to be key this game. Which jungler can be more proactive? Which jungler can get first moves after clearing? And if we're going to see any interesting early decisions here, early invades, like we have seen in the last game by Roehampton.
Of course, slight player pause, and after we get out the pause, there will, of course, be the inaugural situation where the game also pauses again for a little bit. We always do love the spectator client, but, you know, it's working for us today and functioning relatively okay, so we're still able to provide this content to you guys, of course, but I wonder who's going to win this matchup. What's your opinion, of course? Because we've seen both these teams win first. Who do you think will take it this game 3?
Well, just looking purely team comp-wise, I would have to say that my vote is definitely more on the side of UCL with the likes of this Azir, this Hecarim, and the Darius. I want, if in the top lane, you know, this Darius can just get a steady lead, and in the team fights, the Azir and the Hecarim are going to be causing carnage, splitting up and making sure that Roehampton cannot play the fights how they want to play them. And then follow that up with things like the Renata ultimate and the Varus ultimate, just locking down and ensuring that the fights go in UCL's favour. However, like we've already pointed out, Caitlyn with good amount of range and Xin Zhao with that Crescent Guard will mean that they have a good amount of disengage. Caitlyn can just stay far back, avoid that disengage, and dish out as much damage as possible.
You're going to have to be very careful here. Waiting until see exactly where these junglers path. I would really like to see both of them start topside, just to be there for the, just to be their bot, in terms of where the first gank will be. Roehampton able to get that vision onto the middle bush where the ping's going down into the mid river, but seems like Xin is still backing on the top side, so maybe looking for a bot side clear. We'll see in a moment.
And a couple interesting things to point out is we see Gorilla on this Varus running the exhaust, whereas we see E on the Caitlyn opting to run the cleanse. That cleanse obviously really helpful against things like the Renata, getting away from that ultimate, and less so needed for the side of Gorilla. That is going to mean in the early team fights, I imagine that in the early 2v2, sorry, in this bot side, purely summoner spell based, I believe that the Varus and the Renata may have a slight advantage with the extra combat summoner. Although in the support matchup, we do see the Renata running the heal, whereas we see the Karma running the ignite for the side of Roehampton.
Yeah, of course, the benefit is that Renata sometimes builds those heal and shield power items. You get a little bit more value out of having that onto the Renata, and Cleanse gives you a little bit safety versus those chains of corruption that Gorilla might start throwing out every so often. But in the early game, not going to be too much value outside of maybe being able to deny some of Renata's CC.
Yeah, and we see the Hecarim solo starting on his blue side here, and the Xin Zhao starting also on the blue side, however, in the top side, importantly, which is something you pointed out that you wanted to see Xin Zhao being able to then path down, start to assist this Caitlyn and this Karma in the bot lane. early sweep here will mean that they can get rid of that ward that was placed in the bot lane bush. You see level 2 picked up first for the Azir here in the mid lane.
Interesting to see that Thiago Bingming's deciding to path towards top. Of course, Darius is also expected to be winning that and be in a situation where you might be able to gank. But Xin being able to path down and support this Caitlyn Karma, I think, is just massive. They will be able to get a lot of early play to get early advantages. They have the priority already. So pretty much exactly how you want this Caitlyn Karma lane to be playing out is just going as expected.
Yeah, definitely. This first camp, although we do see the Xin moving here into the mid lane, completes his 3 camps. Azir will be going in, has used that shuffle. Xin will jump on with the E, secure the knockup, and W will not secure the kill. Kill given over to the Syndra. That is amazing for Roehampton. First blood onto the Syndra in the mid lane will mean that this mid lane that was looking a little bit Azir heavy with that extra range will be flipping back in favor of the Syndra.
I mean, that's just great recognition from Deskro to see, oh, you know what, I've completed my top side clear. I can see that Ice Boo's had a little bit of trouble. Hasn't hit level 3 yet, and the Zir's trying to push an advantage here. He's going to overstep in lane a little bit. I could come in, sweep up, and get an easy kill from a mid laner and ease off a lot of that pressure at the same time. So amazing, amazing recognition there from Deskro.
Yeah, beautiful play from that Xin Zhao. Interesting thing to note, Xin Zhao will be running the Conqueror this game. Do sometimes see Xin running things like the Hail of Blades, securing that stun a bit quicker. Also, have seen some Xin Zhaos running things like the Lethal Tempo, a little bit less common, but very useful in those team fights. It's just really quickly securing that stun with those Qs. Stun will land here on the mid lane. Good poke from the Syndra, who will be able to secure 2 Amp Tomes. See trading going back and forth in the top. Xin Zhao will be coming down here first to the play. Dive does go relatively well for Roehampton. However, UCL will secure 1 back. Varus will secure that kill, meaning it is a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, not exactly what you wanted, but definitely a favourable 1-for-1 for Roehampton in the end. Your Caitlyn gets the kill, Varus misses the XP on that wave. Yes, Varus does get the return kill, but it was only onto your supports. You don't lose anything in terms of your jungle clear, and Caitlyn gets to have a very, very nice reset.
Yeah, and that is the key thing. That XP loss from the Varus is the key factor in that play. As we see, just trading back and forward, and that first blood providing ever so important for the Syndra, who, like we said, was slightly losing out on the matchup. Now heavily winning, pushing this Azir under towers.
I think
we
that's
see
a
the
kill
Karma here. Hecarim will be coming in. Karma will flash away. Hecarim not able to catch up despite popping the ghost. Very, very overextended there by the Karma. Hecarim punishing, however, that flash will take the Karma to safety with the phase rush.
I mean, at the end of the day, despite the fact that it initially looks pretty bad for Hookboy, you only lost your support flash for a mid laner flash and a jungler ghost. So if I'm Roehampton right now, I'd still consider that win. Was it a decisive win out in a mid lane play that definitely could have gone very south for you? No, especially since you've left your Caitlyn all alone and now the enemy bot side have been able to get 1 tower play to get returned, but still a summoner advantage and an important one as that, at that if Deskro decides to path mid again.
And like you say, both summoners burnt. However, while both summoners are burnt, we will see the Renata, who did stay in this bot lane, just pushing in with that Varus, leaving that Caitlyn under the tower. Will mean she misses a little bit of CS. Varus can catch up a little bit. However, this Karma back into the lane now, able to apply a little bit of pressure. Hecarim will be returning onto the top side of the map here with the Xin Zhao on the bot side. It'll be interesting to see if this Xin decides to start up this Drake once he gains a bit of vision on this Hecarim in the top side.
Yeah, with the Renata backing, I think this Caitlyn Karma should. Well, I mean, Renata did cancel the back eventually, but if you decide to just pilt over Peacemaker the wave, should be able to get Prio fairly handedly, especially with Ice Blue and Disco rotating down. I don't know if they can actually get this collapse.
Here in the bot side. Good slow coming out of the Karma. Xin Zhao will force out both flashes. Flash forward with the W. Stun will land, and it is a
double
kill in the bot lane for Roehampton. Beautiful play there by the Syndra, flashing forward, pushing out those bubbles and securing what looked like a lost play. Not really lost, but both summoners were burnt. Looked like they had gone out to safety. However, with the ult execute, even despite the bailout from the Renata, both will fall.
Massive, massive play there from Rohanto. I almost thought with the Renata channeling back there, the Gorilla and Snuzzmuncher were just going to say, you know what, we push the wave in, get ourselves a reset, play it safe here, you're just fine. But getting punished there for that indecision there to say, you know what, I'll stay behind for another wave just in case they try and push things out and might be able to do something. Wasn't quite what you wanted, but maybe Hecarim gets something back topside.
As we see, brilliant flash there by the Ornn to avoid that pullback by the Hecarim. Hecarim does invest the Ghost, and the key thing to point out here is this is Xin Zhao. Like we pointed out in the draft phase, is on the jungle matchup. Who can make the plays first? And this Xin Zhao has been first to every single play. We see all 4 kills have been assisted by him so far in this early game. He's all over the map and is becoming an absolute nuisance for UCL on this Xin Zhao.
Very, very powerful. It was that proactivity that we talked about in the draft of both junglers, and right now, as you mentioned, proactivity in the hands of Desquerocars being just that little bit more than Tiago being on the Hecarim. Seeing if we can see Hecarim do a little bit more. Of course, Hecarim slightly ahead in farm, but very much inconsequential. As for the overall gold lead, very, very small. I mean, you compare this to the 8-minute lead that both of these teams had previously. The difference is stark. Overall, a fairly even game state, but the advantage is, of course, in the hands of Rohanto.
We see the key advantage this game in the mid lane on the Syndra. Currently sat at 3 kills. Dark still picked up. Hopefully going to start being able to stack up on that. And we do see the stun land here. Will not look to push any further.
Something else that is worth saying is Syndra does have that first strike, so we can see in a moment. I mean, his first strike has currently made 138 gold, but that number will continue to rack up.
This Hecarim is just trying his hardest to get a play. We see him going up into the top side on flashes away, coming down into the bot side, but they're just too far in the tower, and he can't quite make these plays happen. Seeming just a little bit behind the play every time he's needed. Stun does land here onto the Azir. Ultimate will be invested, not quite falling. Shield just enough to take him out to safety. However, we see Xin Zhao coming in with the ultimate, will secure the kill. However, good Azir ultimate back into the tower will mean that the kill is traded back. A 1-for-1. However, Syndra will be able to push in these waves, deny XP and experience, like we said. And
I mean,
good save by Azir to bring back what was looking like a very lost play and get that kill back onto that Xin Zhao.
Yeah, it's a huge kill return, simply that. I mean, if you just die there, you lose so much. But being able to stop jungle clear, and obviously Syndra not really able to capitalize much, especially since you have the TP to return into lane. It's a little bit of a skirmish in the bot side.
The bot side here. Good Renata R with the Hecarim will mean that the Karma will fall. However, despite this Hecarim getting extremely low on a trap, he will not fall. As we see Ornn here trading onto the Darius, extremely low with that Brittle. Darius will flash away. However, brilliant spacing from the Darius will mean that he can get max hemorrhage stacks and secure the kill. Azir here, looking in on this Syndra, is a fight in every single lane at the moment during this game.
Such a clutch win out there from the Darius in the top side. For a second there, I imagine that Stegosaur just one more auto. You could see it in his movement. He was clicking back and forth, trying to land that last auto, but just enough regen, enough tick damage from Darius just gives you the execute range on the ultimate, and that was enough to get that kill there. Huge game back from UCL there. I mean, without that, you look at the gold lead. You're 1.7 behind now as UCL, but you're 10 minutes. You have some sort of scaling elements with that Azir in the mid lanes. You're very, very happy with those skill returns in both mid and top.
And something I'd like to point out this game is this is our first view at, as we see it play happening in mid lane here. And that is the Azir just completely one-shot. The stun will land from the Syndra, flashes forward, secures that stun, followed up by the Xin Zhao, and despite the Azir ultimate being invested, not enough to push back, and the kills will be secured. We see 3 members of UCL here running down into the bot side. Oh, sorry, of Rohanto moving down into the bot side. They will have pressure here and should be able to secure this first Drake of the game. A common theme from our game so far has been very, very late Drake stacking.
Yep.
Not much priority is being put on these early objectives, and they're more focusing to secure as many kills as possible and get advantages in many lanes as they can.
I think this is partially due to the focus that I think most teams have had on the bot lane this game. Oh,
You see
wait for the
corruption come
chains!
out, instantly cleanse it, flash forward from the Renata, will not land the handshake, and Kaden will be able to 90 caliber net away. Stun will land on the Azir in the mid lane. You see Darius here, running quite aggressively up for the plate, ace in the whole use just for a little bit of poke, but overall not much is happening.
I mean, if you're Gorilla and Stuzzmuncher now, you need to back the hell away from this tower. There goes Rift Herald. You know that Deskro is coming. Once you see that ace of the hole go down, that's going to be the entire tower secured and all that juicy plating donated over to the E, piloting this Caitlyn. And, well, simply put, this Caitlyn comm lane has been a success in as far as its identity is concerned.
Yeah, and something I've been wanting to point out, but too much fighting has been going on,
Oh, yeah.
is the choice of this Inzal to not pick up the Moss Stomp for this game. First view at a different jungle pet we see picking up the red pet. However, despite the leads, this Hecarim has just been farming up as a comfortable 30 CS lead and will be sat at 5 charges ahead of this Inzal. Going to be picking up that 1,200 damage smite a little bit earlier, which could be pivotal if there is a Drake fight in the coming moments of the game.
The issue is, with the first Drake having been picked up already, I don't know if this smite timer difference is actually significant enough to make a huge impact. As it's only a 5-stack difference, with the objective not spawning anytime soon, I think both junglers are fairly happy with just the way that their clears are going right now. It's just whether the sacrifice the Hecarim has made to clear a little bit more than Deskaro on the Xin is actually going to be worth the payout in the end, because right now, with the deficit that you're at, it's not necessarily looking to be that way.
Yeah, for sure. This Zinzao been ever so pivotal this game. Like we said before, he still has 100% kill participation. You see the Karma stepping up here. Will spy the Darius. Will land the stun. Caitlyn trap. Little bit too late as you see the Hecarim coming in here. Flash away from the Caitlyn. Fear will land, and that will be the kill secured onto the Karma. Very good play there.
At the very least, it's some gold back into your pocket, but here comes Ice Blue.
Ice Blue will not quite land the stun. Sliced away by the Darius. However, lots and lots of damage with this first strike. Darius looking here with the R reset. However, the ultimate coming in from the Syndra just does too much damage as 3 members for Roehampton in the top side and 3 members for UCL in the mid lane. If they can secure this first tower, it will be in the mid lane. It will be extremely pivotal, giving them a little bit more pressure over the map.
Amazing, amazing play there. And UCL get that pick down top side. Convert into the topside pressure, but of course, an equally recognizable response from Roehampton to get that mid turret down. What mid turret tends to do for you is give you, UCL even getting the mid turret down, the other way around. Apologies. What that allows, what that gives to you is that extra priority around objectives the next time they spawn up, as it becomes increasingly less safe to be able to walk into that initial jungle line. As I think Roehampton looking maybe to do this second Herald.
Will spy out the Renata recalling there.
Focus.
Quite might be looking for a pick to Hecarim instead.
2 members of Roehampton finding this Hecarim very, very overextended, and that will be kill confirmed from the Karma. That is going to give them ultimate priority over this Herald. The crown is propped by the Zinzao, ace in the hole, 2 follow-up, just a little bit of damage, poking away as we see potentially a dive here as they look to secure this mid lane tier 1.
I mean, Caitlyn's ability to siege, you can just keep on autoing this turret from a distance and just get it secured. One more auto will do the trick. But boy, you're gonna get hooked by Renata back in with that hole of the handshake, but not enough to be able to secure a kill.
Yeah, exactly, as you say. And you know what was an extremely big win for UCL in the fact that they got this tier 1 in the mid lane is punished, and the overextension from the Hecarim means that with a numbers disadvantage they have to give their own tier 1 in return.
So evening out those mid lane turrets. Overall game state again. Roehampton with a lead, but not a massive one. I mean, the sort of contention between these two teams has been significantly more even than the last 2 games that we've seen. Definitely still angles to pull her back. I mean, Lichar K on this Darius has made some plays incredibly close. I mean, versus that Ornn in the isolated 1v1 there earlier, and almost getting the kill onto Ice Blue. You have to think that the Ice Blue wasn't so far ahead, given Descaro's attention early on. That might have played out slightly differently, but I think the highlight so far really has been the Xin Zhao always being in the right places at the right time, able to support every single one of his laners.
Yeah, we'll lose that 100% kill participation, however, still extremely relevant in this game. One key thing to note will be this Darius building extremely magic resist focus, building Merc Treads, now currently building the Force of Nature, is going to mean that members like the Caitlyn are going to be able to dish out quite a lot of damage, so it's going to be on them as we see the members of Roehampton getting pressured here by UCL. UCL 5 members strong. We will see teleport coming in from the Ornn. A 5v5 coming in very early. It's the first proper 5v5 we've really seen today as we see Hecarim going in, turns around, massive play, does secure the fear on to this Caitlyn. Will be secured on to the Renata ultimate. However, Roehampton in this fight are just too strong. Playing back, the CC will land, however, not enough. The Crescent Guard from Xin Zhao just being able to deter any further engage, despite Roehampton surviving the engage, withstanding all of the ultimates from UCL. There are 2 low health bars and will have to just concede that Herald.
Very unfortunate there from UCL, dealing out so much damage to the ranks of Roehampton, but unable to actually finish the kill onto a single member. Yes, they did deny the Herald going down, but losing 300 gold just from having your jungler die there, I'm not entirely sure if that's worthwhile with the amount of value that you might get out of securing the Herald there, because the Herald secure still gives you some sort of local gold if you don't pick up the eye anyway there. So I think for overall, UCL loses out fairly large on that play. I mean, you also burnt summoners in that entire exchange, and less summoners were burnt on Roehampton. So I think if you're Roehampton, you're fairly happy with how that went down, given that you still got the kill out of that. But a lot to play for. You could see that if UCL had the setup on top of the play, definitely had the opportunity to be able to do something with it.
Yeah, and it's amazing that nobody from Roehampton fell there. Health bars were so low from all members, and it felt like any of them could fall at any moment, and the whole team flow would have been broken wide open. Great engage coming in from this Hecarim. Looked like he was pathing onto Syndra, however, dives back into the 3-man of the Caitlyn and this Karma. Following that up with the Renata ultimate means that Roehampton just could not fight back. The layered CC too much, and if Darius could have got one reset, you would have feared that it could have been a lost fight.
Absolutely. Watch every single objective right now and see who has a setup, what they could do with the setup. The angles, they have a little bit of contention in the top side jungle right now, as we see a little bit of a isolated 1v1 in the bot side. Descaro going onto Star Muncher should be an easy kill.
Easy kill pickup there. Just so strong. That Caitlyn, Karma shield, sorry, just able to give him enough move speed to get in, not have to worry about the damage return from this Varus. And with that Crescent Guard being popped, you know, just they can't quite get in range to damage him, and that Varus, that Renata will fall to the ace in the hole despite the bailout.
Yeah, bailout only gonna bail you out of death if you manage to secure a kill yourself. Not always in a position to be able to do that, but in those clutch team fights, definitely has an impact. So we're waiting to see that right now. Best thing for UCL to really be doing in these moments is just trying to farm up and get as much power for the next objective or the next major team fight as possible, trying to get those important items online, of course. This Hecarim still building towards the Mana Moon, no Mythic just as of yet, but the Cleaver and Mana Moon able to provide that important armor shred to allow your Darius and Varus to deal a little bit extra damage.
Yeah, interesting to see what Mythic he does decide to go. Even if he does end up opting in for a Mythic this early on, could go for another item, maybe build into something like the Turbo Ken Tank even. Now that is no longer a Mythic. See, small engage here. Xin Zhao going in, will early pop the Crescent Guard, flash forward, secure the knockup, ace in the hole to follow up. Xin Zhao following with the second E, bail out onto the Darius. Will just about secure the kill with the ultimate and the Heritage stack. What would look like an awful fight for UCL has turned around massively. And with the Azir shuffle, they will be able to secure kills on all members other than this Ornn. That team fight looked horrendous for UCL, however, with the teleport coming in with the flank coming in behind from this Azir, Roehampton will collapse, overextended, and UCL will going to get to Baron.
What a massive fight coming out from UCL right there. I mean, that bailout, we just talked about the impact of bailout in important team fights, but Snuzmuncher right there pops it onto Lichard K, gets the dunk down, and the fight just turns from there, because once you get one, you start slapping 5 hemorrhage stacks onto every single other member of the enemy team. And I think Roehampton just weren't prepared to see that happen. They think, oh, we can get an easy pick onto Darius, maybe try and go for something afterwards. But this results in both a Baron and a Dragon take from UCL, and a massive, massive gold swing. The gold totals now basically being virtually even.
Yeah, it was a brilliant play by UCL, and this Darius, like we talked about earlier, was the saving grace for UCL, the only winning lane, despite getting killed by that Syndra in the mid-game. Still able to dish out so much damage. That bailout proving so useful, and then the Streamer Shuffle into the backline, scooping up all of Roehampton, delivering them into this Darius, just finishing up that team fight. That looked so good for Roehampton.
Exactly that. Just goes to show that you can never really underestimate or count out either of these teams in a game. Level is just there. You make a single mistake and potentially costs you a massive advantage. And, well, it is just anyone's game now. You see out with the Baron, looking to try and push in some lanes, get some sort of structural advantage. Of course, they have the 2 Drakes, but with it only being 2 Drakes, it will be a little bit while now before any other objective does get secured.
Yep, and in the coming minutes, we will see this Ornn ticking over on to level 14. Going to be able to start upgrading some of his teammates' items, upgrading some of those mythics, which is going to help to increase that gold lead, despite not actually increasing the gold lead. It's going to make this Roehampton team a little bit stronger as we see UCL sieging in the mid lane here. One horn will be blown. However, the Azir Tower will disengage any further pushes.
Resources coming out there, very happy that UCL can continue the siege. The goal of Roehampton right now is just to try and deny as much of these minions as possible. Just get rid of the waves, get rid of any pushing potential, of course. Still able to get that tier 2 tower there in the mid, making good use out of this Baron.
And Roehampton, relatively good wave there. Obviously, Baron and Power minions very, very strong as we see. Is he going in here? Flash away. Very good flash to avoid that Streamer Shuttle. But like we were saying, very, very strong wave clear from Roehampton, with the Syndra can just push out, push away that wave, and the Caitlyn, very long range, means she will always be able to hit the backline minions, the backline cannon, even if UCL are knocking on the doors of their base. Syndra has to be careful, maybe caught. We'll just about get the recall.
Ornn items beginning to get online. Ornn has, of course, now at level 13 upgraded his own mythic. That being the Heartsteel into the Leviathan in this case. Not too keen on the item choice myself personally, as into a Darius lane, you just haven't been able to stack that mythic at all. Only on 31 HP gained from that passive. I think you would probably have got a little bit more value out of just a simple Iceborne Gauntlet purchase, even. That being also a slightly cheaper mythic for you to be able to carve into other items, as you can see the Sunfire being itemized next. Really going to come down to these next objectives. Going to be a matter of farming up, getting your mythics, or just getting your power spikes online. I mean, the only mythic not gained available in the game yet is this Hecarim. And then seeing if you can position correctly. Make sure you have the vision set up, and then it's just about execution.
Yeah, and these team fights are really going to be on this Caitlyn. If this Caitlyn can survive the initial engage, then this Caitlyn is going to be able to dish out so much damage. We see a lot of magic resist being picked up by UCL. We've got the Force of Nature, the Mertreads, we've got the Verdant Barrier, and we've got also the Nullifying Magic Cloak on this Varus. So this Caitlyn is going to have to be positioning perfectly as to not get caught by the engage from this Hecarim to help turn the tides of these team fights for Roehampton.
Yeah, precisely that. As you say, Caitlyn virtually unresisted. There is barely any armor built in the game. Problem is that being able to survive, you need your cleanse, which admittedly she does have access to at the moment, and it's about being able to survive 2 enemies with Ghost as a summoner spell, and the potential engage of an Azir looking to shuffle you, or even Varus Chains of Corruption, depending on how you're positioned. Absolutely utmost. You make one misstep, you lose. Your team loses pretty much all their damage output because it's then all on Syndra to perform. And as you say, with the way that UCL are itemizing, it's going to be increasingly difficult for her to do that.
You see, push that Orm back into the tower. It's so tanky. Azir chunking away, but not getting much damage down. I mean, Hecarim going in here will cancel the blast cone for the Xin Zhao, followed up with the ultimate. Xin Zhao may look to turn back here. Seeing the Xin Zhao get very, very aggressive. Flash over to pull back this Syndra. Not much follow-up as we see the Syndra will fall. However, secures the kill onto the Hecarim with the ultimate, with the dying breath. A 1-for-1 trade. Both teams colliding head-to-head in this topside jungle. However, UCL will lose the jungler. Not going to be, or will, sorry, start looking towards this Drake. This Xin Zhao currently in the top side. Should be a relatively free Drake for them. Roehampton not with much vision to play with. But Ice Blue saving what was going to be an extremely lost play. The Renata are just splitting the team in half like we talked about. Disrupting how Roehampton are going to want to be able to play these team fights. And Syndra falling despite getting a kill in return.
I mean, absolutely. One big thing there was, yes, you did lose the Hecarim, which is not ideal, and you get 1-for-1 in return, and now Roehampton has the priority on the Baron. UCL having gone for Dragon instead basically means they're sacking this. The jungler down. Might be able to go for a steal. Ult available, but I think it's just going to go down a little bit too quickly. That trade's an interesting situation because it puts you onto Soul Point, but you do give the priority of the Baron away, so you don't really get to push out or do anything with waves for the meantime. So you are going to lose out in gold overall, but this is sort of based on the presence that, yeah, now we're on Soul Point. If we win the next team fight, we get an Ocean Drake, and that is going to pretty much enhance every single ability we have to pretty much death ball with this Darius Azir Hecarim, and do exactly what you just saw UCL do in that team fight in the topside jungle.
Yeah, and an interesting thing to note here is, as the Syndra does find, 1-1 will be blown with Ace in the hole. Hecarim will just die. This Syndra ultimate executing people left, right, and center. This is going to give Roehampton a lot of pressure in the mid lane here. They're going to be able to push forward. And what I was going to say is, the Azir did commit the teleport there, whereas Roehampton still have a teleport on this Ornn. Means that they can start playing these lanes, maybe in a 4-1, playing opposite sides. You see the Renata ultimate here, used to stall. And the Caitlyn will just kill this Syndra. Like we talked about, this Renata ultimate, when it lands on the Caitlyn's going to be dishing out so much damage to her own teammates. And this Caitlyn finally completed 3 items. And the damage shows as she kills her own Syndra in the small amount of time that the ultimate is active.
A sufficiently lethal hostile takeover right there. Was absolutely exasperating with the amount of damage that just Syndra just evaporated off of the face of the earth right there. Huge play, and that pretty much denies all of the tempo on the side of Roehampton. There is no way that they can do anything more with the Baron. I mean, you'll be relatively happy with at least having gone 1 pick, but you know, it being traded back at the very least is unideal with the situation. Game state very, very even, but fact is Roehampton is still 2 Drakes down, so next Ocean Drake gonna be incredibly important to watch out for.
Darius has to be careful here. Hecarim will be coming in support. Both members will run away, and the key thing is, while that is happening, Darius was just knocking away at this bot lane tower. Will push in the wave all the way to that inhibitor tower and secure the red buff, taking away a little bit from Roehampton. Ace in the hole used just a proc that crown of the Shatter Queen before a team fight ensues.
There goes the Shreddiers.
Coming in here.
Oh, maybe it will actually.
Has the Azir. As Caitlyn using that cleanse to get out of the ultimate. Ice Blue will secure the kill on to the Hecarim, and Varus will get a trade back on to the Karma. Double stun here from the Syndra. Ultimate coming out from the Syndra to secure the 2nd kill of the team fight. Chains of Corruption missed the Syndra, however, do fall on to the Ornn, and Varus going in here Kalen will flash away, dishing out a lot of damage at the back of this team fight.
Can't get an execute.
Can't quite
Wait, the
get
shielding!
the kill. Kalen unable to do enough damage to get a kill hit. Maybe able to find this Renata. Still untouched as of yet. However, Darius runs in and with the dunk will secure the ace for UCL.
What a team fight, going back and forth and back and forth there. You know, initially the hostile takeover, being able to completely zone NBA Hook Boy off of the game. Varus being able to snipe that one off with the Blighted Quiver right there. But holy, I mean, at the end you can see Caitlyn just trying, attempting to pick up the backline. But just that little bit of shielding onto Renata there. The Snuzz Muncher keeping Lichard K alive to be able to dish out the damage right there in the end in conjunction with that Death Stance. Absolutely MVP there on the Renata.
Yeah, this Renata being so powerful. Key thing to point out in that fight is while the Renata was cleansed away by the Kanan, it was a very late cleanse. And that Kanan had still chunked out that Syndra. Got really low. However, the Syndra on really low health still managed to find that double kill. This Syndra really strong. Just providing an absolute nuisance in this fight.
Of course, now we're moving back down to the bottom side of the map where that final Ocean Drake, potentially final or may not be, depends on who ends up securing it, but it is spawning now, jumping into the pit. Lichard K looking for an apprehend, able to land it.
Engage here. Hecarim will go into the backline very alone. However, this Ornn is also similarly in the backline. And Renata will land onto 2 as the Azir Shuffle comes back. Dunk down from the Darius, and UCL win the team fight. Plays on 2 fronts with 2 members in either side. However, the Darius is able to win out. Ornn falls, getting hit by the Renata, and that Renata saving the Darius, who looked for sure dead. He was so deep in the backline of Roehampton. However, Renata coming in means that he can free hit on as many members as he likes, and UCL look to take the game.
Yeah, that's it. Game is over. UCL comes up big in that last team fight. They won 1 team fight in the topside jungle. I really want to point this out. They were 4,000 gold behind at some point in this game. Win 1 team fight, secure a Baron and a Dragon, and it all comes from there. You simply cannot count this team out in any scenario, even within a deficit, because they will find a way back into the game.
Yeah, what a game. Our other games have been very quick finishes. However, this game was a long slog to the end. We saw multiple 5v5 team fights, both teams giving it their all. The comeback, like you say, from UCL to get the win. We saw this Syndra really strong in the early game, and despite being able to find a load of kills, this Darius, who was ever so slightly ahead in the laning phase, comes up unbelievably clutch with the help of the Renata. This Renata pick was definitely the MVP of the game for me. Renata, with the bailout, saved the fight multiple times, and the mechanical prowess of both teams going head to head was just great to watch, going backwards and forwards in every single team fight.
Yeah, I mean, every single ability on that Renata made such a huge impact in those late game team fights. Was the only reason why UCL were able to come back in the first place, as you mentioned, with the bailout onto Darius. So great execution there. But I mean, this is not to say that Roehampton didn't play an extremely clean game. The pressure that Deskro was able to output in the early stages on their Xin Zhao, supporting every single lane and allowing that Caitlyn to get full, mind you, full tower plating bot side, push in this Varus Renata. The Varus Renata were not having a good early game whatsoever.
Yeah, this Xin Zhao was completely taking over the game, 100% kill participation. It was looking like it was going to be a for sure win. However, in the team fights, like we saw later in the stages of the game, this Caitlyn just could not put out enough damage, despite all the magic resist items for the members of UCL. This Caitlyn was doing no damage in the team fights, left untouched, and still could not finish off a single enemy. It was all on the Syndra in these team fights.
Yeah, precisely that. I mean, Deskro's early presence able to support that, but in a moment we'll be bringing it over to the interview screen to be able to have a little bit of a discussion between the winners and losers of the UCL versus Roehampton matchup.
Jump back on charge? Yeah. Are we live? An amazing game between Roehampton and UCL. Very nail-biter all the way down to the end. So on my right here, I have the mid laner for Roehampton, Ice Blue, and on my left here, I have the top laner for UCL, Carrier. So I just wanted to first ask about how do you guys feel about the game?
I feel like the early stages of the game went really well. I feel like we took some bad team fights and then it kind of made us lose a bit in the mid section, and then they started capitalizing on that.
How about you?
I was pretty excited though, because before the game started, we were kind of worried because it was a hard team. Yeah, because but like during the game we will be, because we have a good comp, so we believe we're solving late game, so we're just skilling and we believe we will win in the team fights.
That was indeed. You did indeed come back for real team fights, you know. So, are there any plays that stood out to you? Maybe not yourself or any of your teammates that made during the game that stood out.
I don't know. Maybe our in-team plays, yeah, for sure. Like in-teams, like through Darius, we should just like stayed back and tried to poke. Never even like walk up at all. But us walking up, Darius got ghost, got a kill, reset, and just capitalize on us.
And then running into the Ronaldo as well.
Yeah, of course.
How about you? Any good plays that stood out to you?
I think it would be the team fights in our like red buff. Like obviously it would be turn points of the game. Like the Renata W saved me, and I think the Renata W saved the game.
I think that was definitely a big turning point. You know, if you died there, probably the game might just keep snowballing all the way into. But you managed to get a kill right before the Renata W ended, and that kind of just won you guys the team fight.
Yeah.
So after this game, going into next game, we have one game left. How do you feel about going to the next game?
I feel pretty confident the next game because we're gonna make it fun. We're gonna pick a fun comp, and we're gonna make a show.
Yeah. So do you think there's any adjustments you would necessarily make for the next game? Not like maybe some would be about draft, or would it be more about like the mindset going to the next game?
I think mindset. I think the draft was fine. I just feel like we just played the draft wrong. That's what, like we should just stay back poked, and yeah, that's it.
How about you going to the next game? What are you feeling?
Yeah, well, I think we were aiming to get the first place.
Yeah, I mean, after winning this game, your spirits are definitely really high, really confident going into next game.
I think we'll be unstoppable.
That's good. That's good. I just want to know more about your draft. So, what were you thinking going into the draft, going into this game?
We were thinking that we left the Azir open because we're expecting them to pick Azir. Initially, we were thinking more like a Yasuo Diana comp, but they banned the Yasuo, so we have to kind of change up in midway. Before, we're going to try to get Prio mid jungle and gank bot lane, get bot really head whilst playing weak side on top. That was kind of the gist of it. And I feel like in the early game, we kind of played it that way. We played it well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There definitely was going to a game plan, but then some of the team fights just didn't go your way, unfortunately, and it started getting out of hand there, yeah. How about you? What were your thoughts going into the draft, going against Roehampton?
He was mentioned about, because he mentioned like they were planning to play Yasuo Diana combo, but actually we thought it was like a kind of a mistake to ban Yasuo, because we think we might have ban Karma when they pick it.
Oh, okay. So definitely, if they left the Yasuo open, you probably would have just taken that instead.
Yeah.
Do you think that would have changed the game anyhow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like a Yasuo one trick, so I play a lot of Yasuo. So.
That's true. Many team fights could have won. I mean, the Syndra worked out great.
Yeah, he did.
Syndra did work out great. You know, lane was good, and he started roaming bot. Made a few 3-man, 4-man plays down there, and then started going up from there.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to ask. So we're in the new patch now. We're in the preseason. Do you think there are any changes at preseason that made you guys play differently?
I mean, if you saw in the replay, there's like twice or 3 times the jungler's pet took the blue buff. So I lost blue buff like 2-3 times. But other than that, and the smite difference is like 1,200 instead of 900. So like sometimes miscalculations on like dragon spice or anything.
Yeah.
But other than that, not really.
I mean, how do you feel about the Syndra changes? Because it's a new Syndra as well.
Syndra, definitely more
Amazing.
broken. Definitely more better.
The executes?
The execute,
are amazing,
they're so good, they're so good.
How about you? How do you feel about...
You said, how do you feel about the preseason changes?
Yeah, how do you feel about preseason changes? Obviously, as a top laner, I think it does affect you a lot, especially with the new tank items and stuff. Did that affect how you and how your team played?
I think tank items, like I don't really play lots of tanks, so I think it's more about like how to like play versus them. And I think honestly, the jungle thing was really the biggest
big change.
But also, I think they increased the XP in top lane. I think that's means
big
a
help
lot
to
of
you.
force.
Very happy to you.
Like
keeping up on levels and stuff like that.
Yeah. Because before, we like kind of feels like top lane does not affect the results. Of the
just
game.
on an island.
Yeah.
You know, if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. Probably won't do anything with the game.
Yeah.
But now it's definitely can feel it. Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the Jack Show pick built on Hecarim. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm like, I don't think it was good.
You don't think so?
I don't think it's that good. I think it's like definitely rubbish. I don't know why he built it, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, it's not gonna lie.
All right, thank you too for the interview. We're gonna go back to the casters for the next game now. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hold on. Good stuff.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Of course, that is UCL Moorhampton finalising. We'll be back shortly with a game between, of course, Goldsmiths and City, and this game will be incredibly important in terms of deciding standings. Now, UCL 2-0 up, Moorhampton 1-1, and both of these being 0-1, but one uni gets to go 1-1 here, and then that makes a big impact in terms of what happens in terms of the next round, who's able to maybe secure a 2-1. Maybe if UCL drop a game, there's definitely a lot of potential for standing shifting, but the fact that UCL does have the head-to-head win versus Roehampton, I think at the moment pretty much secures their entry over to the next stage. But for the time being, we'll pass it over to the ad break, of course, proudly provided to you by the sponsors of New Meta, Monster Energy, and the Federation. everyone, and welcome back once again to the first edition of the 2022 London University Esports Tournament, proudly brought to you by New Meta, Monster, and the Federation. Back with myself, Takua, and Unknown once more, and we're ready to get into Game 4 between City and Goldsmiths.
Yeah, very ready for this game. Last game, absolute banger, great game to watch. So let's hope this one lives up to the same expectations.
It seems like we're going straight into the pick a ban. Both teams poised, of course. And remember, both of these teams did lose their first game, so they are both on that 0-1 record. Whoever wins this has a pretty damn good chance of maybe being able to even up the odds and move into the next stage. But of course, the loser is pretty much out of contention.
Yeah, and the winner of this game is going to be matching places with Roehampton, which is extremely good for standings. Like we said, we see Carly and Fran banned out here for the side of Goldsmiths, and the Garen and the Vex banned away for the sides of City.
I welcome that. Johnny coming through as well, another proactive jungler there, available to facilitate the lanes as we saw previously. It's something that we really like to see us in the new jungle meta. Being able to support your bot lane has been generally the name of today's games so far, and we're seeing a continuation of that with the Hecarim pick, but Yuumi not banned, it does get through.
Yeah, Hecarim not, the Yuumi not going to be paired up with this Hecarim. Have a Swain going to be picked up for the side of City. Not seen Swain yet. Very, very strong at the moment in this meta. Jarvan going to be the jungler going into this Hecarim. Ornn and Lulu going to be the other picks for the Goldsmiths in this first draft phase, as we see Fiora being the next ban. Fiora obviously very good into things like the Ornn with that true damage, and with things like the first strike in laning phase can stack up a lot of gold against Ornn, who is not very good at fighting back.
I mean, it's a completely free matchup of the Ornn. There is nothing you could really do as an Ornn going into Fiora. Just has a free lane, able to get very, very high advantages or even solo kills one time. There is a slight amount of skill expression in terms of the Ornn resisting the Fiora when it comes to use of the W and the parry. What you don't want to do is immediately try and go for an auto after the parry comes through on the W. You kind of want to step back a little bit, or just not parry and, you know, step back on the other side of the Fiora. So slight mind games when it comes to the interactions of both of their Ws, but we'll wait to see that in the lane phase if at all.
As we see Ezreal being picked up. Ezreal very, very safe. Very safe AD carry, very good at getting away. And the Aurelia will be picked up into the Ornn in the top side. Presuming this Aurelia is going into the top side, we may see the Swain going up into the top side. It would be quite a shift. Not something we probably see much, but anything could happen. We see Twitch being the final pick for Goldsmiths. Twitch, we've seen his dominance so far when paired with an Enchanter support, not paired with the Yuumi this time. However, this Twitch can be so strong in the team fights, layered with the damage from the Hecarim and from the Sylas. Goldsmiths have a very good comp in terms of damage share, damage split.
Yeah, precisely that. You have pretty much everything you'd actually want on the team to be able to not have an issue scaling into other sides of the game. But again, I mean, this time for once with a Yuumi Ezreal and a Lulu Twitch, I actually don't think the game is going to be so much bot side focused. What I want to see is this relatively explosive lane matchup with the Sylas and the Swain.
Yeah, I would agree. This bot lane is not going to be the priority, I don't imagine. Hecarim can try running down into this bot side. However, Hecarim onto an Ezreal, it's a very, very slippery champion to get onto. So unless this Jarvan is able to land a good flag drag combo onto the Twitch, I doubt much will happen down in the bot lane. Like you said, this Swain Sylas matchup is going to be extremely pivotal in the game. Swain, when ahead, is an absolute monster with some of these new items. This Drain Tank Swain style just lives forever in the team fights.
And pretty much the only thing that's going to be able to properly burn down a Swain in the team fights is that Twitch Lulu combo in the bot side. If successfully neutered, they're not going to be able to do that, but it's going to be on this Jarvan 4 to be able to try and stop that. Jarvan 4 is the team's pretty much only real engage tool. Aurelia's ultimate and Swain's E is technically a form of that, but it's it just pales in comparison to what J4 actually does, and in terms of just engaged tools in League of Legends as a whole, especially when you consider that, you know, the enemy team has a Call the Forge God and an Onslaught of Shadows at their disposal to do exactly the same thing. If Jarvan can't get onto the Switch, or if Twitch has a flash away potentially, it's going to be really difficult to stop the continued backline damage of them. So have to wait and see how the teamfight dynamic goes on there, but as we've seen in the first round, early game leads matter a ton, and if you do get one anywhere on the map, it's going to influence the rest of the map.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see if we can get a proper 5v5 like we saw last time with some of these team comps, because this Jarvan, when his Twitch opens up, is going to be able to pounce on with the Cataclysm, and unless Twitch has flash, he's going to be stuck there at the perils of this Ezreal and this Aurelia battering away at him. So team fights are going to be very tricky, like you said, with the Twitch Lulu combination being the main thing that is going to be outputting damage onto the likes of the Swain. So it's going to be Jarvan's job, especially on the side of Goldsmiths. However, like you've pointed out, that Ornn and that Hecarim with two very strong ultimates engaging into UCL, and if they can get on those backline champions, if they can burn that arcane shift from the Ezreal early on in the team fights, then this Twitch may be able to be opened up, untouched, and dish out the damage needed to completely wipe UCL from the fight. Seriously, from the fight, sorry.
Yeah, of course. Execution also of major importance, as we've seen. Roehampton last game, able to execute majoritarily in the early game. They lose one fight as a result of misunderstanding the damage numbers of UCL, misunderstanding the nature of Renata's bailout, and in some cases even the ultimate coming through into choke points and just annihilating an ally teammate. So have to be on the watch for pretty much every single ability that can come through, because you might be in a lead, but you still need to be able to play your champion adequately.
Yeah, for sure. Going to be very interesting getting into these games. Interestingly, going to point out some summoner spell choices. We see the Ezreal here going for the teleport. That is going to mean that the Aurelia can run the ignite, and City are still going to have that double teleport threat. Ezreal can play away, farming safely in the side lane, teleport in, and really start to dish in damage, even though 10 seconds ago they were just pushing in a laning phase. On the side of Goldsmiths, we do not see the teleport on the mid laner. We see teleport on the Ornn, but the Silas opting to go for the exhaust, interestingly enough.
Okay, one problem with the exhaust here, as you mentioned, is the fact that if you do end up getting pushed out of lane for any reason, say J4 comes early, which is, let's face it, quite expected. To play J4 to J4's best potential, you have to be a psychopath and gank every lane as much as you can. You're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Yes, it helps you to survive the actual lane phase, but in the event where you can't farm, you're going to end up losing more farm than if you had a TP to be able to TP back to the wave, or even later on in the game to be able to split the map and make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, interesting thing to note is going to be a Gust Walker picked up by the Hecarim. That means we've seen every single jungle pet so far in these games, which is very interesting to see. Jarvan will be opting for the Moss Stomper, however, will also be taking First Strike. Jarvan obviously very capable at taking lots of different rune pages. We often see the Conqueror and also things like the Lethal Tempo, but this time opting for that First Strike and be able to help with the burst damage despite still building into very tanky bruiser items.
It's gonna get spotted though. You had this ward, but Silas still didn't walk out the lane quickly enough and will have to burn that flash. This is what I was gonna say about the First Strike initially, is that, as I said, Jarvans need to gank a lot, and if you're gonna be ganking a lot, you're probably gonna get at least some income off of the First Strike, and that offsets the fact that you're not going to be farming as much as this enemy Hecarim.
Very, very good pathing there from the Jarvan, as we see Jarvan heading straight down into this bot side. Play happening in mid lane. Level 2 will be secured by the Aurelia with the Hecarim to follow up. Exhaust onto this Aurelia. Good flash away, and the Hecarim will pull back the minion. That is not what you want to be seeing early on. However, lots of summoner spells invested. We see the Ghost coming in from the Hecarim and the flash being committed away by the Aurelia. Looked like that could have been a kill, however, not picked up in the end. This Jarvan with some very psychopathic pathing as we've seen in the early game. Only secured his red so far. Ran straight from red into mid, into bot. That's what you like to see, some very crazy pathing to try and make things happen.
But you know, if you play J4, you gotta be like that. I mean, what is a Jarvan for without going to every single lane as much as you can and making them type into chat, do you have a tent in my lane or something like that? Because that's really what you've got to do to find value out of this champion. And this is a really nice change coming out of T1 Lucifer. If we go back to round 1, we saw this player on the Sejuani trying to make plays across the map, but failing in every single instance to either maybe land a Glacial Prison or just find something off of a play. But this time you've already made an impact mid, getting a flash, helped your bot side push in, get CS and get a small advantage, or at least ease pressure. So a massive change out this play, and I'd like to see that continue going into the rest of this game.
And what I really, really like to see from the side of City is putting this Swain into the top side. This Swain, as we're seeing here, just annoying this Ornn, going in and securing as we see a fight going in the bot side. Twitch is going to reach past as we see going in, Silas opts back into the play, not sure if you want that, and first blood will be secured by the Aurelia. Jarvan falling incredibly low, and incredibly well played by the Hecarim with the max charge E there. Fucking charges him in under the tower and secures the kill.
Yeah, I have to feel that if Lucifer slightly timed that flash a bit better, you would have been able to get out of there. The E pullback wouldn't have happened and you wouldn't have taken that extra tower shot, although I think the extra damage from Hecarim might have made a difference regardless. So really though, able to live, get one kill early on into Silas, which is, you know, it's a winning match.
Yeah, Hecarim trading very aggressively onto this arena in the mid lane. Despite, like we pointed out, this Jarvan very aggressively pathing through the lanes. Hecarim is having a massive impact here, ever so strong this patch. Especially with that Gust Walk giving him so much extra move speed. And look at how aggressively he's playing in the face of two members. Will be good. However, great chains from the Silas will land with that E2. And a kill onto this Aurelia. This Aurelia came straight back from base. We see a dive potentially here onto this Jarvan. Will secure a double knock-up to secure the kill back onto the Hecarim. This potentially could be a double kill for the Jarvan, however, does not decide to commit onto the Silas.
Doesn't have the CDs to be able to flag a drag over again, but initially wasn't too sure about J4 going mid in the situation where Aurelia has no health or mana, hasn't reset. I feel like you've just come and let Aurelia get a reset rather than actually commit to a play, but at the end ends up being a 1-for-1 since Aurelia decided to try and redive, so not too bad in the end as far as that goes. So game state wise, 2 for 2, very, very even in gold in 5 minutes in the game, so a big difference. I mean, these two teams much more evenly matched than their opposition the first round.
Like we pointed out, well then as we see Hecarim, coming here into the mid lane with the Decimine charge, will land the kill. Eventually onto this Aurelia. Aurelia will fall as we see the Swain going in on the top side here, kill secured by the Jarvan. This Swain dominating this Ornn. This Ornn cannot step up to the wave at all. Incredibly low for the entire game as Jarvan will help push the wave onto the tower.
An eye for an eye, you lose something in mid, you gain something in top. Really well played from both junglers to see, okay, well, you know what, they're making a play mid, I'll make a play top, get something back out of it, even up the game state. Unfortunately, not going to be completely even as that first Drake will go down to the side of Esports.
Yeah, as you see, Hecarim committing the ultimate hit onto the Yuumi. Yuumi incredibly out of position. Will not jump onto the Aurelia, decides to keep running away. Finally will, as Hecarim uses that ghost to run away. Very, very aggressive there from the Hecarim onto an out of position Yuumi. However, Aurelia there to back up the play.
I mean, it's worth a try, Hecarim. You have the mobility inherently within your kit to be able to say, you know what, let's see if we can kill the Yuumi. I'll push my luck a little bit just in case there isn't another team member there. Maybe slightly risky, but you have the mobility to make yourself just escape. And that is exactly what Aurelia did there. Nothing gained, nothing lost, really.
Yeah, exactly. Hecarim will burn that summoner spell, however, it goes on incredibly short cooldown, so we'll be up very soon. And I think a key thing to point out this game is the fact that we noted that bot lane would not be the lane that it has been for our past few games. You see no action happening in the bot lane. All 4 of the members sat on 0 kill participation. However, mid lane has been a complete fest of kills going backwards and forwards, coming straight out of base, back into tower dives, only at level 4. It's been very, very contested. We see Jarvan going in here, Sidus will take away the Cataclysm.
Nothing more out of that play. Defensive hijack there, just to have the ultimate available in case they try to tower dive, being able to trap them under your own tower. That terrain created by Cataclysm, massive deterrent versus the side of the city. Won't be doing much more there, but Master Mini, as you said earlier, the Swain pretty much just dominating the Ornn in every single respect. Unable to really get much farm either. I mean, there's 20 CSD topside. Pretty much what you would expect to be seeing is the Swain winning, but it was always good to see the matchup actually going as you'd expect and well for a team, because it doesn't always happen that way, as we saw with Kale in Game 1.
We see fights going on in the mid lane here. Twitch will pop the Ghost. Going in here, Hecarim to follow. It's a 2v3. Lulu will flash away. However, flash follow from the Ezreal will secure the kill. And fights happening on all sides of the map here as Jarvan does arrive a little bit too late. Maybe quite out of position here. Will be able to flag and drag to safety as we see Silas winning the trade in the mid lane. That Cataclysm that he stole earlier being extremely useful as Hecarim takes away the blue buff of the Jarvan. Jarvan, though, will contest a level down. Probably does not want to take this fight. Blue buff will reset.
Do you still have the abilities around? I mean, it's going to be a very close fight if you do decide to take it. So much getting popped, but you Q. Oh!
Wonderfully played here by this Jarvan to secure the kill as Ezreal and Yuumi do arrive back to the play. Very, very clutch stopwatch pickup to ensure that he could stay alive there. Looked disastrous for a minute, but able to stall out with the Cataclysm and with the stopwatch just in time.
Just about went even on that. Good mechanical execution, but of course, at the end of the day, wasn't exactly what you wanted to see. I think maybe you just try back out of your jungle completely and not take the 1v1 versus Hecarim. That would have been the ideal situation in the first place. However, we're not in that position. Either way, game state at 10 minutes, still incredibly even. Slight gold lead for the city, but of course Goldsmiths has that first Infernal Drake in their pocket, so very happy to have that coming into the next objective in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, exactly. And we see here very big CS lead for the Hecarim for the side of the Goldsmiths, 30 CS up, and for the Swain for the side of City. Also in the bot lane for this Ezreal, incredibly CS up as we see the Twitch roaming into the mid lane here, and that kill will just be easily secured by the Aurelia. Silas will commit the hijack, however, not needed in the end as we see Ornn going on the Swain here, level down. Twitch maybe caught out here as Ezreal goes in, secures the WQ combo with the E over the wall. And a great play from the Hecarim to secure a kill on this Swain who is completely dominating in the top side.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate. I mean, it's a slight panic Zhonya's. If you Ard first and then Zhonya's, you'd at least get some of that healing within the Zhonya's, and that might have just made the difference there. You stack up that Demon Flare a little bit, you might have been able to turn that play. Unfortunately, mis-execution coming out from the Swain there ends up just, you lost your life to the Hecarim and the Ornn. But of course, at least Nunarai in the bot side did pick up that kill on Twitch. So, again, traded away. It's a game of trades so far, Aurelia. Thank God's edge.
Going in here on the bot side. However, Twitch, with the spray and pray, will be able to secure the kill with that extra range. And the Aurelia will fall as going a little bit over-aggressive in the 2v1.
Already forgetting that you were only 4-1, you needed a little bit more gold there, even if it is just a Lulu. Lulu should never be alone, and the expectation that Lulu was alone was their demise.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Yuumi and Ezreal going in here, this Ezreal is doing so much damage. And the Hecarim will fall. Ezreal currently building into 3 separate items. We have the Tiamat, the Sheen, and the Tyr. Be very interesting to see where he goes with this build, what he decides to build into first.
I mean, it should be a matter of Mana Moon, the Frostfire Gauntlet, and either Ravenous or Titanic, depending on preference. I mean, Titanic gets the benefit of being able to proc off give you more AD in conjunction with your Frostfire. But then, it's Iceborne, it's not Frostfire, they changed the name. It's the same icon, but of course it's the Iceborne Gauntlet of old. But you get the general idea because it builds out Sheen now. It's pretty good on Ezreal. So yeah.
It's also interesting to see if he opts in for this Ravenous Hydra, recently buffed, and he's really strong at the moment when ahead. Gets these stacks up, and you can really start dishing out that bonus AD damage that it gives you. See Jarvan completing the Jack Show, another new item that we see as Aurelia is trading onto this Ornn. Ornn a level up with the Brittle. However, Aurelia at maximum stacks will mean that he has to run away. Aurelia going in here onto the Ornn. Uses the slam to dodge out. Ultimate will not land. Good flash away from the Aurelia. However, Brittle will still connect. Flash away will just about be enough for the Ornn to secure the kill. That was a play of inches. Ornn flashing away, almost not enough. Aurelia could not quite land the other auto attack. As we see Silas hijack that Ezreal ultimate in the mid lane.
Yaminzi, you have the execution, but you have to remember you're 2 levels down. You need a little bit more farm, you need a bit more XP, you need a bit more gold before you can make these plays. Yes, you're at a radio and you can do stupid things on that champion, but you still need the gold to make him a Twitch.
Flash forward from the Twitch with the spray and pay to confirm the kill with the stolen barrage from the Ezreal. Very, very good play there from the Twitch, investing everything to kill that Ezreal. However, will be enough, and they will secure all the farm in this mid lane. That will leave this Twitch very, very, very weak, very, very afraid of this Jarvan with that Cataclysm. Now no way out. Yumiar was invested, however, nothing will come of the play as we see Ezreal picking up Ravenous Hydra as the first item.
Yeah, there it is, one Hydra's being built. Wait to see which one comes next. I imagine it'll be the man then the Sheen item. Still going to wait some time for that to get completed. Gold leads again, just 1,000 in the advantage to Goldsmiths. Still as well, I mean, this Aurelia has been donating an awful amount of gold and will continue to do so, but in that situation, you now have a Blade of the Ruined King complete. A very, very fun item for an Ornn to deal with. Here comes the Hecarim, though.
We'll get the pullback as Ornn will not quite land the lockup. Good stun. Hecarim will secure the kill with that Q. And that will mean Aurelia is at 7 deaths, despite having this thought that Aurelia is going to be very, very weak in this game. And Goldsmiths are running away with this game. They look incredibly strong, despite his Ezreal looking like he's doing a lot of damage, looking very, very strong with this 50 CS lead in the bot lane. We see the members of Goldsmiths, the Silas and the Twitch, and Hecarim mostly being very, very ahead in their respective lanes.
I mean, to bring it back, I mean, it's the jungle that has facilitated that play in the end of at the end of the day. Being able to recognise that, well, you know, Aurelia keeps hinting, we're just going to throw it to the top side to capitalise on the fact that they're a little overextended to get another kill onto this. I mean, I don't know about this one.
Very, very low from the Hecarim. Ornn will be blown to provide assistance. However, Aurelia will find the kill on the Hecarim. As the Ornn may also Phil just about secures the kill, but it's a double kill for the Aurelia, despite the performance lacking throughout the last bit of the game. As we have pointed out, Aurelia will find the double kill for a very, very bodged and forced dive from the side of Goldsmiths.
Oh, that might have been the first caster curse of tonight. You know, it's good to capitalise on the weak member of the enemy team, but not when your Ornn can't follow up. And the Aurelia at this point does actually have enough damage to just be able to isolate and 1v1 you. Little bit of a mistake there from the Hecarim and the Ornn, and that gives the Aurelia 2 kills. And honestly, puts her back into the game.
Yeah, those 2 kills were very, very needed for that Aurelia there. Very, very bad play from Goldsmiths to allow that to happen. However, she will be back. Back to the 5v5 that we've been hoping for. And Caster Custard, like you said, very, very forced play from City there. Looking for the play when it was not quite there. As we will see City having set up, get the resets in before this dragon that is spawning.
Alright, just a few moments before this one. 1-1 on Dragon still. As we keep saying, very, very even games. They does see the competition. It's very tight between these two teams. Just to bring it back to the standings. Super, super important that you secure a win here if you want any chance of progressing to the next stage of this tournament. Drake will be started up, but the engage will be available. T1 Lucifer in position.
Goldsmiths are first to the plate, running in here with the stolen Cataclysm on the Silas. Will be able to get on top of this Aurelia. Have so much damage coming out. Hekimar will come in, and the Twitch opening up with the spray and pray on the side, knocking down the Swain. Like we mentioned earlier, Ezreal forced to flash away. This Twitch, when supported by the Lulu, is doing too much damage as he finds the kill onto the Ezreal over the wall. Aurelia still living through the team fight with this Yuumi is here. However, Twitch with the triple kill will be shut down by the Aurelia with the hero play, providing a double kill with the ultimate. Aurelia completely out of the game. We counted them out. However, a triple kill from the Aurelia will bring back the team fight. And City might have just had their way back into the game.
That is your comeuppance for giving the Aurelia 2 kills in the top side. What you allowed this Aurelia to do there was have a Yuumi sit on this champion, win one-sided fight. It was a fight between two fronts. The Twitch and the Lulu dominated the bottom half of the river, allowing them to kill the majority of City's forces. The problem is that Aurelia was basically free farming the top side in terms of just being able to run through the entirety of your team on the top side of the river, and then because Vanguard's Edge was still available as an ultimate, they grouped up as a free between the cat and the swords. They were able to clean up the rest of the fight.
And that fight looked so good for the Goldsmiths. This Twitch was completely untouched on the side of the fight. The spray and pray opening up, getting rid of the Swain, the threat that we identified, killing the Israel over the wall. The Lulu providing so much benefit for this Twitch, doing so much damage. However, Twitch overstepping, getting a little bit too overconfident. Triple kill gets posted on the screen as he falls, gets within melee range of this Aurelia, and Aurelia uses her dancing blades to dash from the Twitch onto the Lulu and secure a double kill. And with max stacks, easily melts down the last member of the Goldsmiths. As we see fight here onto this Aurelia, we've been singing her praises. She does dash away, however, finally the Silas will secure the kill. That is an 800 gold kill to this Silas. Kingslayer finishing the kill off there. Aurelia overstepping a little bit.
Hey, not bad. Not too bad. Again, 50 now. A little bit more Twitch going straight onto them. Hopefully got spray and pray, but unable to actually secure any kills right there. T1 loose for them. Might be in a position to respond to that. I think the Lulu is in trouble.
Lulu. And kill will be secured by this Ezreal. And the saying goes, what goes up must come back down. And that is the story with how this Aurelia is playing this game. Such a shaky early game into a brilliant team fight. The clutch up that is needed, and then gives away this shutdown back to this Silas. Silas is where you're going to have to keep your eyes with this 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. Going to have to make a miracle happen in the next team fight with that hijacked ultimate. This Twitch is still ever so strong. That spray and pray doing so much damage with the Kraken Slayer. Now the Runelands Hurricane dishing out damage to every single member of the enemy team.
Playing for objectives, the name of the game again. Every single objective fight counts. Seems like both teams are sort of taking on the precedence of saying, you know what, let's get some resources. If we can get a pick outside of objective timers, we can, we'll do it. But the key here is to play for those. See what happens, but there will be an attempt onto the Swain here.
Finding the Swain. Deciding not much is going to happen with it. Ult will be invested by the Swain, however, both members will just run away. Game has settled down a little bit now, waiting for something to happen. Baron Asher is up and alive, so should expect to see both teams pathing up, getting vision of this objective, and looking to see if they can be first to the play of this next play.
Of course, the Baron is currently on the cards, as you mentioned. It is the most important element at the moment, and this is why Lucifer is going into the top side and clearing out all the vision possible, checking if there's anything on the Baron. Likewise, the enemy team are doing the exact same thing, because this vision is paramount in terms of being able to know if the enemy is potentially trying to sneak something, or whether you can do something. Response, Master Mini, might be into trouble.
However, I think it might be a call on ambulance, but not for me situation, as teleports do come in. Orm will flash away, and Jarvan will follow back up. Kills coming down here for City. A double kill onto this Aurelia as Ezreal may find the Twitch flash away to safety. And what looked like a great engage with the Hecarim and the Ornn just following up, layering that CC with the Aurelia joining the fight. Turned into such a terrible fight. Silas stealing away the Swain armor here. Will stopwatch, use that healing as Hecarim will fall. Silas gets out of the stopwatch and in a 1v4 here does secure a double kill. A 1v5, sorry. Double kill on to the Silas. That healing with the stolen Swain ultimate and the Kingslayer just far too much, but not quite enough.
But it was enough to deny the Baron secure, which is the key here. City do win out. They do get a lot out the play, don't get me wrong, but losing the Baron at the end of the day, despite obviously having started up, you wanted to get that out of it as well, means that at the very least, Goldsmiths still has a chance in the game. If you consider just raw gold, the teams are even. Pretty much exactly even when it comes to this. Twitch has the brunt of it, and the Silas, of course, was very strong, as you could see by the way that that fight went down. But it's on execution, as we alluded to at the start of this game, and it's going to continue to be that way. Silas was able to execute there and deny a further advantage over to City. And of course, City were even able to execute to get back into the game in the first place and to have such a good start to that team.
And the thing that I fear for Goldsmith going into the next fight is we see here Hecarim going into the bush here. I wonder if he'll be able to secure the kill. Will be spotted out. Ultimate comes in, does secure the steal on the Drake, however will fall very quickly. Twitch committing the spray and pray, will be able to kill off this Swain despite the Yuumi in tow. Twitch coming back in. Silas jumping into the fray as well. However, both teams will run out a 1-for-1. However, stolen Drake coming in for the sides of the Goldsmiths.
It's me!
And that there is the power of execution. You managed to get into the bush. They didn't know you were there until the sweeper came through. You get the secure, and that steal means so much. Deny soul point brings both teams even to Drake, and of course, the fact that the enemy team had set up around Drake first, you group around that pit, gives ample opportunity for Crawler Lucifer to actually just be able to spray and pray on the entirety of City, and you can see how that play ended up succeeding in the end. Twitch gets some kills, wasn't really able to be killed because you dealt the damage first, and you still got the Drake to boot.
As we see Ornn upgrades coming in on to this Twitch, the Kraken Slayer turning into a Worm Fallen Sacrifice, and this is going to be very helpful for the scaling on the side of the Goldsmiths. However, what I was saying is I do fear for the Goldsmiths in the next proper 5v5 team fight, as Twitch is currently still flashless. If a fight is to break out in the next couple of minutes around this Baron, then this Jarvan will be very easily capitalizing on this Twitch as soon as he opens up with his own flash. And if this Twitch can get caught in the cage, then he will be alluding to his ratty nature and will most likely fall very quickly.
And the cycle of vision continues. Holding out the top side, of course. Goldsmiths had the jump on it, gets a few control wards, gets a few wards down in general. Gets all cleared out by the side of City. Sweepers available, one control held on the right. Getting ready for any potential fight coming through. Just gotta be on your toes there, just in case something breaks out. Swain to be the target though.
Ornn here coming onto the Swain, followed up. Ornn will not connect. However, Swain will be early forced to pop the ultimate. Hecarim will be kicked out of the fight. Good Jarvan to secure the double knockup, and a double stun for the Aurelia will spell the death of the Silas and the Ornn for the side of the Goldsmiths. An overextension into the jungle of City. Ezreal in forward so aggressively here. John following up with Hecarim will mean a 3-kill advantage for City. And with those 3 members dead, especially that Hecarim, this will be an easy Baron secure. Twitch is going to have to hope for a miracle play if he wants to contest this. However, he will concede, turn his tail, run into the bot side, and try get something back from what is a very lost play. An overextension on the side of Goldsmith, a failed Ornn Horn, and a Baron secured for City.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate misreading of the situation there. You recognise, okay, Swain's outside. He's in this top tri-bush. We can try and capitalise on that. Drop down a Call of Forge God. Silas can go over on Sort of Shadows. CC lock him up. Absolutely fine. Problem is, you mis-executed on the Ornn Horn. There's a solo kill for the Aurelia in the meantime. You didn't kill the Swain. Swain goes into Zhonya's, pops the ult, manages to make the turn because your Twitch and your Lulu aren't there to follow up on that. So, misreading of how much damage you have ends up costing you a Baron, and honestly, at this point, that might be the pivotal moment in terms of who ends up winning this game.
Yeah, pressure gets to the side of the Goldsmiths as they might be able to find the Aurelia here, getting very aggressive, and a shutdown will be given over. Teleport from the Ezreal will mean that he is now ready to hammer away at this tower. Tons of damage onto the Lulu with that ultimate. As we see the Jarvan coming in here, this looks like a very easy dive under a tier 1 that should not still be standing, and the Lulu will very, very quickly fall. Hecarim will have to take his losses and run away. Although he comes back, very, very risky play here as Jarvan does connect on the flag and drag. Cataclysm to boot. Flash out of the Cataclysm from Silas as Twitch is here, does pop the ultimate and the Ghost ready to open up in the fight. Ornn following up. Silas will jump in with the Cataclysm onto Ezreal. However, Arcane shifted away, Yuumi keeping him alive, and just overextension from the Goldsmiths. They force the fight. They make the play happen. They think this is the final last-ditch effort, and City just played the fight perfectly. This Ezreal, very, very slippery, like we pointed out. The stolen Cataclysm comes down from the side as commits everything to get onto the backline. However, just Arcane shifted away, and what was a lost play with the Aurelia dying under tower very early on. Turns. Respawn timers coming back up, not long enough potentially to end, although it looks like City might
you can
look
go
for it.
You have the damage here, the respawns are only just coming through. Yeah, the Aurelia's not there, but it's a huge, huge Baron wave, and as long as you get the kill here, you should be fine.
Hecarim committing in, looking for the Baron minions, however, not quite doing enough damage. Ezreal will land onto 2. That is a lot of damage, meaning Twitch is going to have to run away. Root does land onto the Ornn. However, Flag Drag will not connect. Silas just poking away. The Ezreal is completely untouched. Flashfall from the Aurelia will mean that Ornn will fall and Ezreal goes godlike in this game. Silas still in the backline here, might be able to land a kill onto this Yuumi, just about does, secures the shutdown, however, I doubt that is going to matter.
Yep, that's it. All but over. City made the comeback. Initially it started with Aurelia getting 2 kills for free. Wait, hold on, I might have signed a death warrant a little bit too early. They did kill the Nexus turret. They wanted a kill, and now they're paying for it.
Which opens up with the spray and pray from the Nexus and secures the kill onto the Swain. We'll be able to step back and clear these ways. City looking for a little bit of a BM play there. Pushed up to the Nexus. The fountain, the steps to the fountain taunting the enemy. However, if City play their, if Goldsmiths play their cards right, they will be able to secure this Drake. Long respawn timer on the Swain will mean that Silas will be able to return to the play first. However, Swain does have the teleport, so Goldsmiths will decide to give up this 3rd Drake. No soul point on the cards yet. Both teams at 2 apiece.
What a shame. City had the chance. They blew it. The mental got to them. You could see the game in their grasp. They were like, oh yeah, it'll be fine. Try and go for a kill on the Twitch. Why not? Have some fun. But unfortunately did pay for that one there. And now, yes, you got 1 Nexus turret and a half down, but game very much could still be in the hands of either team.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to come down to the next fight, I imagine. Although I do see 3 members here pushing into the base. Looks like that 5v5 is going to come sooner expected as City force the play. Lots of damage onto this tower. Yuumi will come out early. Call of the Portugal will be knocked onto the Ezreal as Hecarim does come in. Does miss the ult, however, does land the devastating charge. Keep your eyes on this Ezreal. Ezreal Arcane shifts away as Cataclysm will land. Stopwatches are coming through. Aurelia to follow. And it looks like a 1 fight for the Goldsmiths. Knockup will land on to the Jarvan, and that is a kill picked up by this Twitch. Twitch was completely uncontested in that fight. Jarvan unable to land the Cataclysm onto the Twitch, and Twitch stays far back, stays at range, uses that range increase from the spray and play, and secures the kill.
Goldsmiths hanging by such a small thread. Just barely that last Nexus turret is still alive. It might as well not be at this point. It is able to clear out some of the minions alongside the helps of their forces, but City really wanted to end the game there. They just wanted to be out of this, get their 1-1 and move on. But unfortunately, it's not that simple. You lost your initial chance, and now you have to gain a new one by potentially winning a team fight. Problem is, that's going to be difficult to do. Yes, you're still in, a somewhat decent position as far as gold is concerned, but it's late enough in the game where that's not relevant. However, I think the most important thing on my mind right now is the Baron spawning very soon, and of course the next drake. Because that next drake gives away an Ocean Soul, and that Baron, if City managed to secure that, would end the game.
For sure, as we see Eternal Winter come down onto the Silas upgrade, as the Baron is started out by City. Gonna have to keep your eyes on the AD carries. However, Goldsmiths are not at this play. 4 members strong in this bot side clearing ways. Ornn is a one-man army currently. Will be contesting as Aurelia does arrive. Looks like the Ornn might fall here. Has been quite out, flashes away to safety as we do see City securing the Baron. Ezreal in. Has used the Arcane Shift as John does land a 2-man knock-up. Silas quickly jumps out of. Silas with a Cataclysm of his own as we see the Hecarim land the chain of CC onto this Ezreal. However, Ezreal still with the flash will get away. Silas will not commit the Cataclysm and will just fall. City will win the fight with the help of the Baron Nashor. Teleports coming into the base of Goldsmiths, and I think City are going to end the game out here finally.
Yeah, as I mentioned, once you got that Baron secured, it was all but over. It's all you needed to get your win down, because you just need to Baron up that super wave, and that will just win the game. And so City managed to do it. Despite a very shaky early game, they managed to pull it back through getting donated a few kills in the top side and then executing on a few team fights. So well played, of course, down to City, and of course commiserations the Goldsmiths. Unfortunately, they just probably won't be able to make it up. I mean, going 0-2 here is pretty much a death sentence. But we'll bring it over to the interview room right now to be able to see exactly what's going down for both of those teams, and if they have anything to say after the matches and the experience of their tournament.
Another really close game between City and Goldsmiths. We have the AD carries of both teams here who were voted as the MVPs of both teams. On my left here, I have Lunarai, who's the AD carry for City. On my right here, I have Colo Lucifer, who's the AD carry for Goldsmith. So first things first, once again, I'm just going to ask, how do you think the game went?
It was going really well. I enjoyed this game. I actually thought we had it in the bag, but it was just unlucky at the end. GG's, man. It was a good game.
What about you?
I think it was rough early, but we brought it back. So we just let the AD carry scale. In attack meta, ADC is the most broken role in the game.
Yeah, I mean, both AD carries definitely did a lot of work that game. Had a lot of tanks. Both AD carries did kite really well. I think it was tough to play at times. Were there any plays that stood out to you?
I did a bad mistake where I went into the bush trying to get that Aurelia, and I just wasn't thinking. I just did a huge mistake, threw my team down. But yeah, it was a good fight. I enjoyed that game, honestly.
Yeah, a 2-8 Aurelia can be quite deceiving, huh? That is tough. What about you? Any plays that stood out to you?
I mean, there were so many team fights that game. It's hard to just pick one. But honestly, I think we just played well as a team in the team fights near the end of the games. And maybe the troll at the end, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I think everyone expected you to end, and somehow you guys just did not end.
I called for a pat stat, stat pat, so...
Yeah, you were hitting that at the next. Imagine if you guys don't finish that and you lose that.
I would have been pretty tilting for
that. That would be pretty tilting. Any thoughts? So this is the second game. You have one more game left. Any thoughts going into the last game?
It's time for a win. It's time to get that dub, yeah.
Would you change anything, like draft-wise or just mentality-wise?
Just mentality. Just keep the morale up, really, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was still decently close.
Yeah,
I think it really could have gone either way at any team fight, right?
Yeah, the coin flip.
Yeah?
Yeah, coin flip.
How about you? What are your thoughts going into the last game?
We just need to patch up our early game, and then we can hopefully do well against UCL.
I mean, you guys have seen the team in the first game, so you kind of know what they like playing, kind of know how they play. What were your thoughts going into this game's draft?
To be honest, I was just expecting, obviously, high gameplay. Obviously, it's challenging always, but always, I just try my best and I try to win for the team. But yeah, win unlucky. But it was good games. I enjoyed it. As long as I enjoy myself and my team enjoyed it. So, good games, yeah.
Were you expecting to pick the Twitch? Like, did they ban anything that you wanted to pick?
No,
Or-
no, I went for the Twitch. I felt like last game the Twitch did a huge impact. I thought I could do the same this game. But yeah, it was GG's. I was unlucky.
What were your thoughts going into the draft? Like, what were you picking? Were you picking more comfort, or you knew what they were going to play after watching their first game?
Well, we're picking more for comfort. We just really knew we wanted a Yumi, so we gave Hecarim away to take the Yumi, and we had a lot of good targets for Yumi to go on. So like Ezreal, Aurelia, Swain, and it was just like we tried to play team fights well while we're engaged tools.
I mean, you did a lot of work early game. You know, we got some early game skirmishes at bot, and then you started roaming a lot as Twitch, which has got to be really annoying for the enemy team. How did it feel to snowball that lead? More like, and how did it feel throughout the game to kind of win the team fights and then eventually lose?
Like I said, like Twitch is one of like the funnest champs to play. Like he's got stealth. I can roam whenever I want. I just love snowballing with Twitch. Yeah, it was just very unlucky at the end. They got a few picks of ours and just GG's. Yeah, I can't really do anything about that, but yeah, I enjoyed it, man. It was proper fun.
Any teammates you want to call out for any good or bad plays?
I mean,
someone's got to have in something. Someone's got to have sense.
I mean, the early game was kind of hard because Hecarim was kind of just running us over. But like honestly, I think everyone like patched up and played better after. Like we just have a weak early game. I think we just need to patch it up, play better, like maybe play stronger early game champs. Like because I think against UCL we're gonna be harder to scale against them.
Any teammates you want to call out for good or bad plays?
Ornn and Hecarim, don't get excited over one pick. Yeah, that's about it. Yes, don't overextend sometimes, but yeah, it was unlucky. GG's.
I mean, it was definitely a very long game. Were you at any point, because I think this is the longest game we've had today, for sure. Were you at any point feel like, if this game goes in, I'm getting tired, or you start losing your mental, because this is the second game. You've already played one, and this is a long game. Were you at any point feeling a bit tired, fatigued?
No, not at all. It was just constant team fights, so it was always entertaining, like from start to finish, to be honest. Yeah, so.
Same to you?
I mean, I was just fucking tilted that the camps took so long to kill us 80 carry now. This new pack is so annoying, man.
So I'm guessing, same for you, right? Probably as an 80 carry, you do like taking Gromp, I feel like. You like taking Gromp, you like taking the Krogs, but it's a bit harder nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, build-wise, obviously, I saw you did end up going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, which I think a lot of the viewers were expecting that advance under when they saw the Shade because they did have that Ornn. So what were your thoughts with the build?
I think Ravenous is fucking broken. Ravenous Hydra, that item, man, gives you way too much AD. And then I think because Twitch was the only one really doing damage on their team to me, I could just itemize into Iceborne and Frozen Heart for extra armor. And like, I was unkillable in fights.
I mean, I think we went for a standard Kraken, was it Runan's build? Is there anything special with your team that you think would have changed, like build-wise, or it was just gameplay, a little bit of mistakes here and there?
It was just mistakes, to be honest, gameplay mistakes. They got a few picks which, weren't meant to happen, but it's just unlucky. Yeah.
Were you expecting them to have this kind of draft? Like, they took the Twitch and took the Yumi. Was this something that you expected them to pick?
Well, we expected the Hecarim, but I wasn't really expecting a Twitch Lulu. But I guess it's a good answer to Ezreal because he can get close range before I can poke him down. And I think Silas was really good into Swain as well. He was a really good pick. And I didn't expect him to like go exhaust into my Aurelia. That was kind of rough for early in lane.
Well, thank you two players for the interview. We're going to be going back to the casters as well for the next game of the series. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Amazing, thank you so much for that. Of course, as per usual, we'll be transitioning to an ad break just shortly before we get into Game 5. Of course, proudly brought to you by New Meta, Monster Energy, and the Federation. Of course, for the Federation, go onto their site, be the competition, and there is a 3-for-1 offer of in-game tokens for a limited time, so join today for free. Well, in an attempt to try and get games finished a little bit quicker
Shall I
given
turn in
time,
my badge
and
and
also
rifle
because
as
we got
well?
pulled straight into the pick and ban as soon as production jumped into the lobby, we are straight into pick and ban. Of course, myself, Takua, and Unknown back to provide you with the greatest of contents.
Your emperor shall return.
As we can currently see all the bans coming through. Azir, Graves, Hecarim, and Caitlyn Clyde Swain, respectively. Sever will be the first pick has fallen off in priority a little bit since preseason, but as we saw during World, particularly in conjunction with the Yubi, ends up being a little bit of a powerhouse there. Camille, as a response, a fairly decent topside blind, able to play well into most matchups, so not too big of an issue there. And of course, Rammus a little bit off meta, a bit more interesting there for the side of City University. Typically seen as counters into particular ADCs that end up attacking a lot and then end up killing themselves, basically off of the Thorns damage that you're dealing with Rammus. So, pretty potent at doing that. Kai'Sa not necessarily one of those, but Rammus still able to provide an amazing amount of CC to be able to handle that. Echo on the other side, I mean, currently what I'm seeing with an Echo, Camille, and a Kai'Sa is a little bit of a pick comp forming for the side of UCL. Get someone in Hextech Ultimatum, throw in an Echo, Kai'Sa can assassinate the back line between the Killer Instinct and of course a Cavian Rain, and Zed really just finishes that off, you know. Death mark, death sentence, you kill someone. That's the goal of UCL's composition. Of course, Yuumi there, as paired with Sivir, something I alluded to earlier. Very, very potent duo, generally really only seen together. Got top, a little bit more interesting. There's some interesting animation mechanics so you can kind of throw up against with the Camille hook shot, depending on how you time the abilities. But on the whole, somewhat of a volatile matchup in that regard. Something that is worth talking about, of course, is City versus UCL in terms of standings, is that if UCL wins this game, they are completely locked in for the next stage of the game. However, if City manage to secure the win here, then they go 2-1. If they go 2-1, and of course Roehampton ends up also going 2-1 in the event that they beat Goldsmiths, then we have a tiebreaker, potentially. At the moment, we have decided, due to the time constraints, that if a tiebreaker were to be run, it will be run as a ARAM. Just have a short game, a little bit of fun. Yeah, I know, the stakes are big on an ARAM game, but you know, competitive ARAM, it's coming to Clash, straight on your monitors soon, provided by Riot, actually, so I feel like we could bring in a little bit of competitive ARAM into this tournament in the event that that does happen. But of course, if UCL does secure this win, then that scenario is completely off the table. And this also does suppose that Roehampton does win the final game as well. But in general, the expectation is that UCL do have the advantage coming into this, given their last few games, and with what is a pick comp, I mean, the Nautilus ends up, you know, prioritizing that even more, then you're going to be in for a pretty good time. Alright, can confirm we've just had an update versus this situation. Goldsmiths have actually forfeited their last game. As such, this means that in the event that City win this game, Goldsmiths and City will be playing an ARAM as a tiebreaker. So there won't be any sort of greater tiebreaker implications, but simply put, just one tiebreaker between those two teams. So very, very interesting if that ends up coming to fruition. So pretty much everything is on this game right now. If City want to make it into the next stage of the tournament, they will need to trump UCL and then win an ARAM. So 1 minute 30 left on the timer, and then we'll get onto the Rift and see exactly what ends up going down. Of course, always a friendly reminder that this is all provided to you by the lovely folks at New Meta, the Federation, and Monster Energy. A little bit more on the Federation, of course, as our primary sponsor. There's an esports platform for PC, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and mobile games. Of course, there's a 3-for-1 offer of in-game tokens available for a limited time. So get on their website, check them out. Visit our socials as well. Of course, we've recently started up. This is the first edition of London University Esports. So check out the Instagram and find all the information there. Of course, we're also able to give out a few little prizes on the Instagram. If you just check out, keep up with our stories and see what's going on, you might be able to win yourself some Riot points. And, you know, I think we all love a little bit of Riot points here, especially given that I think most people here watching are League of Legends enjoyers, as well, as much as League of Legends enjoys is enjoying the game, because I think most people that enjoy League of Legends also don't enjoy League of Legends at the same time, if you know what I mean. But here we are, with some good League of Legends, hopefully. And I think also my co-caster should be back in a moment.
And we all know that free things do in fact taste better, so if you can get a free skin, I'm sure it will look twice as good.
Yeah, precisely that. Only 22 seconds left. I mean, you've got a little bit of a chance to look at the drafts. What do you think about it? I mean, the main thing was a pick comp for UCL and a little bit more well-rounded for City.
Yeah, I think Zed, very, very interesting pickup. I imagine this Zed will be going into the jungle most likely. Zed really, really strong in the jungle at the moment with the first strike, can really hammer down a lot of damage. Although we could see the Echo as well, obviously both jungle and mid lane champions. For the side of City, Rammus are going to be very, very strong. You know, denying some of that damage, lots and lots of armor is going to mean that things like the Zed are going to struggle a little bit more.
Precisely that, just loading onto the Rift now. Should be ready to provide you with the finest of gameplay. Just to remind you once again, everything is on the tables here. UCL wins, they lock themselves in. City wins, there is a tiebreaker. So, a lot to play for.
Yes, indeed, as we will be jumping into game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Start the game off, we see some early pings, looking like UCL are going to look for an invade. However, City very spread out, very ready for this. The Urgot is even down in the bot lane. They are going to be running into this Urgot Yuumi very, very early on. However, they leave the bush. Yuumi will spot them out with that Q a little bit later, and the ward that they placed will fall. UCL push through despite the intel being given away of their position. Interesting thing to note is that the Zed is in fact going into the mid lane with the Echo in the jungle this game. As we see, potentially the Civic Core out here. Ignite does go down and the kill will be secured. Flash forward from the Kaiser to secure the kill, and the Yuumi not quite enough to survive. Civic did not invest the barrier in that play, and Nautilus will Hex Flash away. Very, very good punish there by UCL, catching out that City bot lane as they are moving into the play.
Precisely what you want on a composition like UCL's. Any sort of damage that you could get into one of the damage threats of your team just by giving them more AD, in this case on Kaiser, helps you get those executions later on when you're starting to make roaming plays with the Echo, Zed and Camille.
Yeah, of course. So early on, this top matchup can be very, very volatile as we see Cassiopeia hitting the level 2 here, rushing forward, getting a little bit of damage. That range really helping in this mid lane matchup. Bot lane, very, very UCL favoured as of so far with that first blood secure onto the Kaiser. Currently 11 CS up in that bot lane.
Absolutely huge lead, and obviously this is coming off the back of that early kill there on the Sivir. Have to be aware every single situation, whether you are in a position to just die, and obviously with the Nautilus Kaiser, there's a lot of early game damage available to them. Hex Flash!
Echo will not quite land the stun, and the kill will in fact be traded back onto the Nautilus. Nautilus flashes in, tries to root down this Sivir as Rammus is coming in here, rolling good flash to instantly secure the stun, holds the taunt, and as soon as that Kaiser cleanses, it gets taunts up and secures a double kill onto the Sivir, turning what was a very lost bot lane into an extremely winning bot lane. Again, UCL forced the play. That is a common theme, the play being very forced. The City bot lane underneath their tower, Echo poised and ready. UCL forced the play, but it is capitalized on. Good roam down by T1 Lucifer to secure that kill. Zed trading in here very heavily.
It is, but the ground isn't gonna... Oh. Cast ground almost messed that one up there, but just about. Stay alive, you get the kill onto the Cassiopeia, and yep, you're pretty happy with that, I would say, if you're a UCL fan.
Yeah, for sure. Getting this Zed ahead is going to be very, very key going into this game as we see Rammus here coming up. Camille will just be able to hookshot and wall dive away. Very, very safe champion playing in this top side. Especially against something like the Rammus, not something with the most point and click CC. Has to take some time to get onto you.
That's one of the big advantages of the Camille. If you have enemy jungler into vision and they don't have the best gap close, obviously Rammus without ultimate doesn't, it's just reliant on the move speed for Powerball. You can just click your E button, dive away, and you're fairly safe. Obviously, if you have used that E button in a trade, that's when you're a little bit more vulnerable, but it's about being aware of the lane state that you're currently in, and whether you are at threat of a potential jungle intervention, or whether the trade of the E is actually worthwhile. Paying attention to the map and try and see, okay, well, maybe jungle spot side. If I have the information, then I'm able to use that. It's a really nice tool that Camille has access to.
Yeah, of course, as we see. Again, Rammus down here, looking to run behind, does not have the flash, and UCL's bot lane will just run away. Nautilus will stun up, however, as the stun will get a good buff up, with the shield will just about survive. I thought that was a guaranteed kill, however, a very good buffer of the hook means that despite the taunt, he will not be killed, and the shield just about keeps him alive. That last auto, the last ricochet from the Sivir will not be enough to secure that kill. However, it will mean the UCL will have to play a little bit safer. Currently a 2v1 in this bot lane as they move up, potentially to the dragon, or maybe just to look for a mid gank.
Yeah, that's just part of the power of giving Yubi Sivir away. Yeah, you got the early kill, but then you gave them a little bit more power back, and now you're in a situation where the Yubi Sivir is able to fight back against you despite that advantage that you did gain, because it's no longer an advantage. So, gold-wise, pretty even. Again, UCL in a slight lead. Kara there getting level 6, but there is a Rammus coming into your lane, but you can escape that one just fine. They're just roaming into the topside river.
Yeah, very good flash to the safety of his own jungler in the Echo. Echo a level up as we see. Good flip there back into the tower. Wonder if this will be a kill in the top lane. Plays going down in the mid lane. Zed will secure the kill in the end. Petrifying Gaze was used, however, Cassiopeia still falls.
Very, very nice. Good to see the rogues coming out from UCL. It's when you have the extra abilities to collapse on people. And again, oh my word!
Brilliant snipe coming out from this Urgot. Very, very good kill onto the Camille. Waits, holds the ultimate, and then pulls it just as this Camille least expects it.
Oh, that was a snipe and a half. Fear Beyond Death straight off the other side of the screen. Definitely not something the Chud K was expecting. And Urgot gets a pretty decent boost off of that one. 300 gold straight into your wallet. Very happy with that.
Indeed. You see Rammus going in here, will secure taunt and follow up with the stun. Nautilus will surely fall here, have a flash away to safety. Zed going back in with the shadow, does pop the ultimate, however Petrifying Graze very well performed as soon as Zed comes out. Zed will be taunted up, Kaiser early pops the cleanse, flashes in to secure the kill, and Echo will secure a double kill. This Echo looking down onto this Yuumi. I wonder if the kill, give the kill over to the Kaiser, but will not. Echo with a triple kill. This Echo has become extremely prevalent in this game, and this Echo has been playing the game very well. Unlike the Rammus, Echo has been farming up slowly. You know, this Rammus is spam ganking left, right, and center. This Echo has been farming well, making sure to keep a jungle lead in terms of his clear, and it comes to fruition here with that extra item on the Rammus. Means that he can put out enough damage to secure a triple kill.
Alright, there's the Drake secure coming out from Echo as well. UCL off of these very, very scrappy fights. There have been multiple times where UCL should have lost or almost did lose one or two members off of them, but in the end not sure about Snuz Muncher going into this one. You have no support. Civ is able to just continuously auto you, but you just about get out, and this is exactly what I mean. It's about just bare margins of UCL not being able to make it out of plays. Amazing dodge from Lich Arcade though.
And Lich Arcade looked like he could have turned that amazing dodge with the Hextech ultimatum of the Fear Beyond Death. However, Urgot does not even need the Fear Beyond Death. Purely using the Hextech ultimatum means that this Camille is exactly next to this Urgot where he wants to be. And Snuz Muncher with a great Hex Flash over here will secure the kill as Rammus comes in. Flash, taunt, will get the Kaiser in position. However, Sivir will not have enough damage to secure the kill. Will run away very, very low on HP.
Just about out with the barrier. Kaiser did actually auto one of the minions once in that situation, but obviously Sivir could have also pressed the barrier early. Why are you doing that, Nautilus?
And this Nautilus, very, very aggressive, goes for the play underneath the tower and will just about secure the 1v1. However, Echo luckily followed, very, very aggressive, hooking under the tower, instantly taunted away by this Rammus. 1v1 will be traded back by this Echo. This Echo extremely strong. Already sat out that upgraded smite as we see Echo landing the sun, and Casio will fall to the Z. Very, very clean dive there from UCL into the mid lane.
Aggro nicely managed, no excess tower shots being tanked up by any of UCL right there. Easy kill onto Casio now, 0-4-0, Zed getting further and further ahead. With every single gram of gold that they get more and more power for these executions, because that is what the team is about. Make an overload somewhere, get a kill, repeat, and rinse in another lane.
Exactly, as we see here, Sivir may find the Nautilus out of position. Kaiser is coming up through the lane.
Alright, we'll just back out.
Exactly, as we see trading evenly in the top side here. This Urgot is a level up and 10 CS up. However, the Echo is the first to the play. Will most likely secure the kill. The slow from the Camille. However, taunt coming in from the Rammus will not quite be enough to save his top lane counterpart. And this Echo will surely kill this Rammus. Enough damage, and the true damage from the Camille will be enough to score a double kill onto this Camille. This Camille looking ever so strong now in this matchup against Elgot. Elgot looked like he was winning it extremely one-sidedly. However, support from the jungler in the 2v2 will mean that two kills go over to this Camille. Ultimate in here from the Z. Will he be able to land the Shuriken?
Death mark.
Not quite, as the Casio just about lives, ever so low on HP. The Ignite was ticking away there. Potentially the Casio could fall, however he could not quite land it, as Nautilus comes in with the flash ultimate to secure the kill. And that is exactly what this Z needed to finish that kill off. Not quite able to land those triple Shurikens on that death
The
mark.
Nautilus has the second most kills in the game. I'm impressed. This is good quality supporting. You know, the support needs all the money. That's where the money should be going to. You know, support lives matter. You need more income.
Exactly.
Measly
As
support
Urgot will
item,
be
not
flashing
enough.
away in the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Urgot having to pay the respects to Camille there. Oh, the Death Bush. Come on. Oh, it gets spotted out.
Spotted out by the
Shame.
sweepers.
Come on,
However,
Sauce
Nautilus looking for the play. Sauce well known for just going in, as Echo will prep the stun. Rammus moving down here into this bot side. This Sivir still safe, however, very low on mana. Hook will land, however, buried away by the spell shield of the Sivir. 3v3 going on here. Nautilus getting extremely low, however, Echo looking to play forward. Not much mana for the Sivir, so I imagine that city will have to give this. As we see Camille going in here, good petrifying gaze, followed up by the ground. Will not quite be enough to secure the kill.
Barely. I mean, UCL pretty happy with this anyway. I mean, you get the tower plating, so no matter how this play goes, unless you lose all 3 members, you're absolutely okay. Get another kill on top of that. Prevent anything from going on there with the Chrono Break, and yeah, you're plain sailing.
Kaiser had to flash away here, getting very aggressive as Casio does turn. They are running into a tower. Very, very few minions standing, but just enough to get them out of there. Kaiser incredibly low on HP. Casio, no flash to follow up, will mean that UCL are able to run away at the end.
I mean, if Casio overextends, there's an angle here, but I think UCL just need to get themselves out of this play. Best thing for them to do. You cashed over the gold, yeah, your support died, but at the same time, I did say that support lives matter, but at the same time, they do not matter as much as the rest of your teammates.
Exactly, and we see shutdowns coming in for 4 out of the 5 members of UCL. Very, very ahead. Is Echo goes in here on the tower. Does not have the ultimate. Will flash away. Not quite forward. Nautilus follows up with his own flash.
You know, the idea is there. Yuumi, I never thought I'd say this, but Yuumi was actually tanky enough to survive that onslaught with the help of the tower shots. Tower just being on 1 HP though, you can shove it another wave, lay down 1 or 2 autos, Kaiser's just rotating back, so that will be lapped up very rapidly by UCL. That will also be the first tower in bot side if I'm not mistaken, because they claimed it in mid already, which they haven't. This mid tower is still in a sliver of health as well. So. First tower to UCL, very, very nice. 8,000 gold ahead, almost 15 minutes. Very, very nice in terms of lead as well, so look to get some more Drakes and power through with what you already have.
As we see here, Rammus going in on the Z. Urgot will be here, however, very, very disadvantageous in terms of levels for this Rammus.
Yeah, I mean, City, Rammus has done a pretty good job of being able to roam to most lanes and actually somewhat make something back out some of the early plays. But, you know, Snuzmuncher going to do Snuzmuncher things. I think almost dying there, but this is what Snuzmuncher has done the entire game. Goes in for an engage, maybe dies, maybe doesn't, maybe you get something out of it. A lot of maybes from UCL, but most maybes have worked out pretty well because they've had the money to support it.
Exactly, a lot of coin flips coming out from this Nautilus, but that is what we like to see. Playing on the edge, testing the limits of his champion to the maximum. And end of the day, all waves will be pushed in for UCL. Midwave colliding here with nobody to pick it up. But for now, Urgot resetting in the top side, Zed in the bot side, pushing in that wave, and we should see ADCs start to battle it out in the mid lane. Interesting thing to note, it will be a Kentech Soul this game. Get to see the new map with the upgraded blast cones and the stim fruits now on offer.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's worth talking about this. I think Riot removing the Chemtech Drake previously, bringing her back now again in a more stable state, I guess, and then, you know, beautifying the Rift as well. I think that was a really nice change, at least from them, to actually recognize that sometimes they, you know what, we screwed up. We made something that was a little bit overtuned and not healthy for the game, so we're going to go back and review it. And good to see it again in this preseason with a little bit more polish, although I'm not sure about the rest of the preseason. What do you think is the most broken thing in preseason so far?
I would have to say that it probably falls on either Rod of Ages or Spear of Sojourn. I think Spear of Sojourn is just so powerful on some of these really heavy skirmishing champions that are really big assassins, and being a Kayn main myself, I am absolutely loving putting this item to its limits and getting as much damage out as possible with those low cooldowns.
Yeah, it's just a bit insane just getting free cooldowns for building more damage, but here we are, back to the fight.
You see Rammus here committing on the mid lane here. Will be tanky enough to survive this Kaiser. However, Echo not being able to finish off this kill. This Kaiser untouched in that fight, dealing tons and tons of damage. However, will take 2 tower shots. UCL here looking in complete control of this game. City are tails turned in their own base. 17 minutes in. Mid lane is knocking at the doors.
Very nice.
Snuzmuncher potentially going in here.
Not this time. I know this player well enough. I think I've watched enough Snuzmunching gameplay to understand this player a little bit more, but I think okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
Rammus will just go in here with the Yumiar. Yumiar invested, however, no follow-up whatsoever. That's a key ultimate away from the side of City they will not have for the next fight.
Adapt or perish.
Key thing to note is Kaiser Flash just coming off of cooldown here with the cleanse. Both sums available. You see Echo hit going in. Tons of damage coming down. Rammus may be caught out here. Will find the Kaiser. And the Kaiser going to dish out a ton of damage. Does not have the ultimate to follow, but is now cutting through this Rammus' HP bar.
Yeah, I mean, Kraken Slayer and almost the Blade of the Ruin King complete there. Might actually have it on the back. Yep, there it is, completed. Very nice. I do quite like the on-hit build currently on Kaiser. You going the Kraken Vault, you get your Cure Ball, go into maybe a Rage Blade or something like that. Camille try to 1v4 though. We'll get one.
Will get one, however, caught out by the Ramazar into that taunt. Very good play to get one. Does invest the flash to get away. However, the gap closed from Rammus' ultimate just too much.
Check this out.
UCL are still in very much so control of this game. They are pushing in that top lane and that bot lane, while their Kaiser pushes in the mid lane, making sure all 3 lanes are pushed, making it impossible for City to have any way to come back into this game. Waiting out those objectives, we see Zed going in here, will get grounded up, does not land the triple shuriken, however, might have done just enough damage with the flash forward from the Kaiser, and Casio will live on 1 HP. See Echo coming in here, taunted up, does still have the ultimate, could return and deal out a massive burst of damage here. However, Nautilus will be caught out of position. Fear Beyond Death does land onto the Kaiser, however, Urgot not quite enough gap close to get there. Rammus flashing forward will mean that the Kaiser will not quite fall. 1 HP left from both teams. And it's a game of inches here as both teams live on very, very small amounts of HP. Yuumi now, upon this Civet, ready to dish out the damage. See if anyone will fall, as UCL look like they're going to turn to this Chemdrake, putting them at sole point.
Okay. Well, you know, 12,000 gold ahead. You're sitting pretty on your little perch there as UCL. Just take some resets, of course. You're trying to look for more than you really should have asked for there. But starting up Chemtech on your own and pretty much just giving away soul point is also a
Really
questionable decision!
With the double shuriken coming through and escapes at the same time. Wonderfully played there by the Zed of UCL to save that Drake that was almost 100% lost.
Well, I almost said that they gave away Chemtech. I was wrong. Cursor yet again. Somehow Keira manages to get the steal. Somehow, someway, UCL still manages to win out on a play. Not entirely sure how they're managing to do this, but it is quite impressive, I have to say.
For sure, as we see here, UCL redonning their dominant position, setting up around this Baron Nashor will be the next thing on the cards for them. I wonder if City are going to be able to come and contest this. They currently have no vision in their own jungle, although Urgot has just placed the ward. But the key thing is they have no vision in the river, so they don't even know this play is happening.
Well, nice and easy. Get the Baron onto 5 people, run it down mid, you have some money, make a pick with ultimatum. Sounds pretty good to me.
The kill will be secured by the Zed, that magic damage when below 50% health. Enough with the E to secure that kill, as we see Waves Baron empowered, pushing in. And this Civet gonna really have to start wave clearing as much as she can. Luckily her wave clear very, very strong. Urgot also very strong, however, the close range nature means that he will struggle to clear some of those cannon minions that are sat far back.
Well, 1 pick. Just keep on pushing waves. One nice thing you can do is try and sync up the waves. Of course, no one's in top side right now, but at least having mid and bot side pushing at the same time would be really good to have. Of course, the mid wave did get cleared out, so these aren't synced at the moment, but try to clear out to both sides. Come on, Sunsmuncher, let's go again.
Echo used to force the ultimate here. Sunsmuncher will definitely be caught out here. No way out, unlike the Echo, and Echo not quite enough damage to find a pick on the engage of Sunsmuncher.
I would also like to point out the build of Sunsmuncher 442 right here with the Void Staff coming in straight after the Even Shroud. I like it. Very, very quality itemization, and as the Yuumi just gets annihilated.
Indeed, and the Dark Seal as well. Very, very bold choice here as we see fight breaking out. This Zed will be flipped back and will fall to the Cassiopeia as the Echo will soon follow, just surviving on 1 HP as Camille goes back in, secures a kill, however not quite enough HP to survive that tower shot and secure the second. Kaiser, however,
still around. Has a Baron
just
buff.
knocking down that bottom tier, that bottom inhibitor tower. Sorry, will not choose to take the inhibitor.
Time to find a new friend.
Well, I think, in a nutshell, very UCL-orientated gameplay right there. Echo somehow still deathless in this game. Zed taking their first death during that entire skirmish. Pushing a little bit. I mean, yeah, you want to end the game. It's late. We're all tired. I think, you know, the mental's getting to you at this point. It's like, you know what, we're better. we could try and do this. But no, you're not always better. City win out because they were better in that play, because they executed better than you, despite you having the gold lead. So I have to be careful about how you use your gold, even though wallet slapping is a very satisfying thing to do.
The key thing in some of these plays is a good ultimate will save the Rammers. Key thing to note is that UCL opting for a lot of fights with under the tower. That 6th member does a lot more damage than every other member, and UCL are finding that out the hard way. As we see UCL running up here into the top side, going to catch this wave, sync it up with the mid wave, push both in as they already have this bot lane tower. It's Camille going in here. Hextech Ultimatum will be spell shielded away.
You can see it. Snazmuncher wants to go in again. There's Nautilus right here, always looking for the Q. However, Yaminzi on the side, you really got to watch out. Gorilla might just be dead.
And Gorilla oversteps. Good Petrifying Gaze as flash forward onto the Echo. All used early will save him for now. However, the Zed will secure the kill on to that Sivir. Enough damage with the death mark. Following up, Snazmuncher will be able to buffer that to get away, and the kill will be secured by this Urgot. This Urgot being extremely prevalent in these team fights so far, using that flip to great effect. See the Rammers running in here, still extremely tanky, especially with this Yuumi. A 3v4 here. Good Ramazar with the taunt. However, both members will escape over the Raptor wall and start heading their way towards this Chemtech. If UCL can secure this, that will be Chemtech Soul. However, currently a member short until Gorilla arrives.
All you need to do is delay. Just delay, or try and get picked up to Cass.
Sadly, no Hextech Ultimatum yet. Will not be able to secure that pick. However, Urkel stepping up here. Will have to be careful. Hookshot will dive over and completely one-shot with the Zed. CC enough. However, the Echo will fall to the Sivir, followed up by the Rammus. This is Zed completely unleashed in this fight as Kaiser finds herself a double kill in the backline. And that will be the Soul, the Chemtech Soul, going over to the side of UCL. The Chemtech Soul, new, obviously, now buffing up that healing for the team and giving a little bit of damage when below 50% health. Damage reduction, sorry, when below 50% health.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that UCL play, that's a Soul you probably want. I mean, you are always gaming on the edge, so to speak, with the amount of plays they're trying to make, and of course, Snazmuncher always going to appreciate that with the sale of the Void stuff they see, going back to the standard build of, you know, having a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. UCL very, very comfortable at being below 50% health this game. However, while they are below, they're above 0, and that is what is winning them this game. Currently, we see City, last-ditch effort to try push in this mid-wave. However, they do have to be careful they do not get picked. Civet is very tricky to lock down with that spell shield, as we've seen. However, Kaiser will move up into the top side and help push in this wave. Top wave and bot wave going in will be answered by Urgot and Cassio. Mid-wave, however, has been pushed forward by City, which is going to benefit them greatly.
Alright, Baron is on the table, spawning in a few seconds, and I imagine with UCL being already on it, it'll be burnt in a matter of 10 seconds. 6,000 will be going down to 0 very shortly, and there is 0 response that City can have to this.
Yeah, indeed. City still no vision. Vision in the bot side jungle, but hardly any in this top side jungle, and none in the river whatsoever. Just unable to get anywhere near, as we see potentially Camille here finding this Cassiopeia. Cass will look to turn the play as she gets near enough to the wall to get the hookshot wall dive. Chains the CC with the ground, unable to use the Hextech Ultimatum. Cassio might just win out on this 1v1.
As the exhaust should do it, I think.
Exhaust will be committed. However, both members will just back out. What looked like a great play for this Cass will be turned around by the joining of this Echo and followed up with that CC. The Echo will be able to secure the kill. Camille looked like fumbled the play almost on that one. Chased the Cassio, but Cassio laid the CC well with the ground, unable to cast the Hextech Ultimatum, obviously, when you're in that ground. And as of that, the Casio almost won that fight. Would have been.
Unfortunately, you can see there is no outplaying the Cho'Gath or of Camille's Q. Very, very fun and
Very true.
interactive to play through when you consider that there's a Divine Sunderan around this Hydra providing you with tons of Omni-Vamp, as they say, as UCL look to end the game.
I think the real Cho'Gath are here is this Echo 8, 1, and 9 doing so much damage. That EQ, when you finish proccing those passive stacks, is chunking the enemies as Kaiser goes in here. Camille finds themselves a double kill. Nautilus Snuzmuncher will secure himself another kill, putting himself equal with his AD carry as they dive in, potentially looking a little bit greedy here. And it will be a quadra kill over to this Cassiopeia as they tower dive and secure the kill. That will mean that UCL will win the game, putting them into the next stage. That is going to take UCL to 3-0, and with the Goldsmiths forfeiting their next game, Roehampton will be sat very happily at 2-1.
Yeah, that's it. That'll be Roehampton and UCL advancing to the next stage of the tournament as per the rules. Commiserations, of course, to City and Goldsmiths, but they played well today, but of course the opposition played better. Of course, to end off the stream and to round everything off, we'll throw over to one final interview.
After a great final game between UCL and City, I have two of the players from UCL here. I have the support, Daniel, and I also have the jungler, Ike. So just, once again, what are your thoughts on this game?
I think we made a good decision in level 1. They're just scared for some reason. I think they could have defended, because they have Casio, we have Zed and Echo. We only kind of get Zed Qs, and if I level up Q, we have those. But I think Casio and Sivir level 1s and Yumi
stronger.
Might be stronger than us, yeah.
How about, what are your thoughts on the whole game?
The whole game, I think from level 1 we just snowballed from there, and like we kept trying to dive the Sivir and didn't really give bot that much room to breathe. And I feel like Sivir, Yumi, if they're behind, is just kind of useless, especially with 2 assassins on our team.
Yeah, definitely pushed that lead that you got on very hard, made the bot lane very hard to play, and it kind of like, and then when you finish with ball, you go to mid, go to top, and you just kind of snowball from there, right? Was there any play that stood out to you? I mean, there was a level 1 play, but maybe other than that, was there any other play that you made that you thought was the highlight?
Was there? Oh, Nautilus flashed hard Casio.
Oh yeah, I thought it was just gonna be a flash.
Huge.
You flashed. Oh, you really didn't want him to get away.
No.
Yeah.
Any play for you that stood out?
I think early game, Ramos was ganking mid with Yumi, and our jungler just hovered and counter ganked, and I obviously moved up, and I think that was it was good communication.
A bit of a big turnaround.
Yeah. Apart from that, I mean, I think we just played it quite standard. I think we trolled a little bit actually, but yeah, I think apart from that, it was standard plays.
What were your thoughts going into the draft? Because obviously, both teams have played 2 games already, and then City didn't do as well as you guys. And were you guys going in with confidence, like, oh, we're just gonna pick what we want to play, or did you take away what they wanted to play?
No, we actually took away what our teammates want to play. Yeah, so we saw Yumi, and we just locked in Nautilus plus Kaisa. I think we can just level 3. We can just dive them over and over again. But our support wants to play Brand.
Yeah, I heard. How do you feel about your team taking away your Brand?
I was a bit disappointed, obviously. No, I mean, obviously, Nautilus is a good pick, and I didn't mind. We needed to practice that combo anyway, Nautilus Kaiser, so I'm happy with it. Regarding the drafts, I think, we just need to practice what we wanted to practice, and that's fine.
That's fair. So coming out of this stage, you guys won all 3 of your games, so you'll be going into the semifinals as the number 1 seed of this group, which means you'll be playing the 2nd seed of the other group, which won't be decided till Thursday. How do you feel coming into the semifinals? Do you feel confident, or?
I mean, we got wrecked in NSC, but I don't know what happened here. I think it's a good confidence booster. So yeah.
I think absolutely in terms of chemistry, and I think it helps a lot as a team to gel together. Getting these 3 wins, I think, does really help a lot going into the semifinals, no matter who you play against, right? So what about you? Instead of confidence, maybe what other things are you looking forward to?
I think, especially our bot lane, I feel like me and my ADC didn't really have much synergy during NSC, and I feel like now that we've played together, we sort of like have an idea about what we want to do. We've played, I think, we've played against some of the teams in the other group, and I think a few are quite strong. So I'm confident.
That's great. That's great. I mean, something that I think I should have asked at the start of the day is, have you guys played LAN events before? Have you played any local events?
Yeah, I have.
You have?
Yeah.
So were you nervous at all coming into this event?
Not really. Just not really. Yeah.
So just confidence and just calm.
Because I mean we can't really hear the audience, and I'm just not nervous. So.
Are you nervous at all?
It's my first LAN tournament, so yeah, I was a little bit nervous, but I knew the boys, and obviously I knew that we were a pretty good team. So
you're looking forward to it,
yeah,
excited at the same time.
Especially like meeting them in real person as well.
Yeah, with everything going on the last few years, and it's just been a bit rough, right?
Yeah, I mean this is our first year playing together, so I think our synergy's pretty good now.
All right, well, thank you you two. Well done today, and good luck in the semi-finals.
If you guys want to, thank you very much.
Amazing, of course. Congratulations to UCL and Roehampton once more for qualifying to the next stage of the tournament. Just bring over to the results, of course. Matchup 3 wasn't filled in all this, but it would just be one more. Yeah, just one more thing. Obviously coming into that, so that's great for both of them.
Yeah, and it will mean that we will see UCL and Roehampton moving forward into the next stage.
Hold on. I'm just gonna pass it over to the.
Amazing. I mean, the best thing about this whole thing is that we've been able to create an event in London, get 8 different universities. 2 universities have gone through to the semi-finals on Monday. We shall see what universities will be playing. The remaining other 2 will be picked out on Thursday. I just want to say thank you to New Meta for hosting their place in central London, Islington, sorry. If you guys need any sort of gaming area to play around in, always hit them up. They're great people. I just wanted to say also, thank you to all the other sponsors, and they couldn't have made, they made this possible. And now back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you so much to Kuba for this tournament organizer. Big thanks to him for helping make this all possible, of course, with the rest of the sponsors. And unless you have anything else to say, Ollie, Unknown, I think that'll be it from us.
The games have been great, and it has been good to cast them all for you. However, we shall be back again, not in a week, but in a few days.
Yes.
For the second set of games for Group A, and it'll be good to see you all again when that happens.
Yeah, of course, to finish that one off, but stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you next time.
Adios.